Hello, hi everyone. Thank you very much for joining me today. We're gonna go through a Spring Security Marathon. This is not a normal lesson. This is just an event where we meet together, and I will stay with you as much as possible live, working on different Spring Security stuff from the very zero to as much as we can reach, and as much as my voice will be able to help you with. Thank you very much for being here with me. I also have some vouchers for you today, not for Spring Security in Action, but for my Troubleshooting Java, the third book I wrote, and I'm going to share them throughout the event. And I'm looking at the live chat. I'm also saying hi to all of you. If you're watching the event live, don't forget that you have the live chat. You can use the live chat and you can start discussions, ask questions. And of course, if you see this event recorded, remember that you can always find me on social media. Leave me a comment on YouTube, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Let's meet there as well and discuss a lot of things about not only Spring Security but also Spring Java in general. I'm a Java guy, so we can discuss anything you want about Java. I don't say that I know them all, of course. No one knows them all, but I will do my best to help you with whatever I know. With that being said, I think we can actually just start to do some coding, and I will show you my screen. I will start by creating a new project. I'm working on a web application. Let's say we start with web applications and try to start from the very basics with Spring Security and build over. I start with web applications because in most cases you'll most likely use Spring Security with web apps, Spring web apps. It's true, Spring Security can be used to secure any kind of app. It's not only for web apps, and we will at some point go into method security, and method security can be used basically on any kind of applications because you apply the authorization rules directly at the method level, so you don't need to have a filter chain, you don't need to have HTTP requests. But because again, in 99% of the cases, in my experience, people use Spring Security to secure web applications. I'd say why not starting from web applications and see where we get. If you know how to secure web applications, taking this as an example, you will most likely be able to secure any kind of app built with Spring anyway. And Spring Security, of course, is application level security, meaning that it's about authentication and authorization mainly, plus mechanisms that defeat different kind of attacks like cross-site request forgery. I actually had a lesson yesterday about that, like cross-origin requests and things that anyway are related to the application itself. So it's not related to the ports, not related to the network, not related to firewalls, not related to infrastructure. There are many levels of security. Security is a big field. It's not only about the application itself, it's about the whole system, starting from the orchestration of your application to it running somewhere in a VM, in a container, to the Java virtual machine in case it's a Java application. It's a very large field, so we will only discuss about how to use this Spring Security framework in Spring applications today. So let's actually start, because questions usually come when you work on it, and I will say just Spring Security Marathon 2023. Let's say this is the first example, and we'll probably have many more other examples in case we don't want to overlap. So just going to say next. And for the time being, because I'm creating a web application, it should be enough to only add the Spring web app and then security, Spring Security, because that's what we discussed today. And let's keep it as a simple example, this first one, on only web and Spring Security, and start from the very beginning, see what happens. Let me actually close all the other projects because I don't need them and I want to spare a few resources, because I'm pretty sure If I don't do that, I will run into difficulties with my application, with my computer streaming, and also using an ID at the same time. Okay, so while this is actually resolving dependencies, let me do like this. So I have a few vouchers that you can use for my troubleshooting Java if you take the ebook from Manning, and I'm gonna share a first one. So it's only for troubleshooting Java and only for the ebook. Let me see if I can actually even find the link to troubleshooting Java, just to make your life a little bit easier. But you can actually search it yourself, and the vouchers that are they are one-time use. So the first one who manages to use the voucher will take the ebook. It will not work further. So it's about you being quick, because I see already many of you in the live discussion with me now. So I can't promise to whom will this be distributed. That's the whole idea. I will just put it from time to time, a voucher in the chat, and the first of you who is lucky enough will be able to take the book. Well, it takes more time than I expected for this app to be built. I'm not sure what happens, because I would have expected it a little bit earlier to finish the synchronization. I see, however, that I can do things here, and let's start with a simple controller of a web application. So I create a controllers package, and inside the controllers package we create a demo class, demo controller, which can be any kind of controller, but for the sake of the discussion and for the simplicity, let's simply make it a REST controller. And we say public string hello get mapping. Okay, and it's a simple endpoint, and the question is, can we access this endpoint straightforwardly? Well, I can try to use Postman to prove you that it's not as straightforward as you'd believe. And the reason is because we added Spring Security to our POM XML, so it's in the class path. Spring Boot by default will apply some configuration, the convention configuration, and for convention it's just, in case of Spring Security, it's just a simple configuration proving you that Spring Security works. So what happens is that Spring Boot generates a password randomly in the shape of a unique identifier, and it has the user, and it applies HTTP basics. So that means that you can access the endpoint, any endpoint. All of them are authenticated by default, and you can only access them by using the default, the self-generated user at the startup. So we can start the application, and when you do that, you will see in the console randomly generated password, and that randomly generated password is exactly what I was telling you, is the password that you can use in this case to access your simple endpoint. So going here, 8080 I think, and hello, and if I click on send, you can see it's a 401 unauthorized. So as I was saying, you cannot simply just call hello with no authentication, even if we didn't do actually anything, because we added Spring Security to the class path. Spring Boot made some self-configuration, and you see using generated password, and this is a randomly generated unique identifier, and of course it's also a warning telling you this is a generated password, you should only use it for development. It's only basically to prove you that the self configuration works. your security configuration must be updated, must be changed actually before running your app in production. So this is not something that you will ever use in production, because it wouldn't even make, like, logically, imagine restarting the application and all the time having a new password. No, it's not something production like. So this is simply just to tell you Spring Security works. Without making some adjustments, you cannot really use this as a production feature. But with this, we can actually prove that Spring Security works. So you have already proven. I can actually take this authorization completely from here, so you can see no authentication. We don't have let's see, when garbage them completely, no headers. We simply call the hello. It gives us a 401 unauthorized, which actually means the authentication doesn't work. And the basic auth, and then user is the username, and then here I will simply copy the UUID I got from the console, and then when I press send, this works, is now 200 OK. So what that means is I used the proper credentials to authenticate, which are the self-generated ones. Now let's actually see what happens if we make this a post mapping, because it's something like I sometimes forget to say from the very beginning, and people following my tutorials, they are very eager to try a lot of new things, which is very good actually. It's important you do that. But what happens sometimes is that students, instead of using get mapping, because sometimes they even maybe just finished with their Spring Fundamentals tutorial, they know very well that get mapping is only one of the annotations you can use, and you also have post mapping, put mapping, delete mapping, and you can use one of these different annotations according to the HTTP method you want your endpoint to respond to, and they use post mapping. And you can see actually that the password changed. Okay, so the password changes every time. The password is self-generated at the startup. So if I'm now trying to run with this one, my hello endpoint, it shouldn't work. It's 401 unauthorized. I have to change the password again. So now it's 200 OK again. And when I'm going to use the demo endpoint, so instead of the demo, it's a 405 because I should have used post, but even if I use post, I do have a 401 unauthorized. To be honest with you, I would have expected a 403 actually rather than a 401. But anyway, the point is we get an exception. So even if I use the right credentials, I didn't manage to call the demo endpoint. So I'm using post, I'm using the demo, I'm using the right authentication, but it doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is basically in this case the cross-site request forgery protection, which is something I happen to have discussed yesterday, but we will go into that a little bit later. So if we go back to our hello endpoint, which is on get, I wanted to mention that for the moment we will focus on get, because if we use something like post, put, or delete, we would also need to know already that the cross-site request forgery protection is in place, which means that it will not work that easy. We will not be able to call that easy these endpoints, something like that. And what now, let's say we manage to agree on something. How do we test these endpoints? How do we manage to test these endpoints? Can we implement some integration tests when we have Spring Security, where testing is very important as well? No, it's one of the most important parts of the development process. which means that again, in my perspective, and I would recommend anyone, make sure that testing is a mandatory part of your development process. So whatever you implement, you also test. Now there are various ways of testing. I won't discuss today in detail about testing. It's not what I wanted to cover today. Today we discuss Spring Security, but one of the questions can be, what do we do in terms of testing when we have authentication and authorization? Can we also test our application? And the answer is yes. And not only that, you can, that you should actually. If you want to test your application, Spring Security provides you special tools to be able to go over authentication and test only the authorization, or you can test the authentication as well. But mind that when you implement tests, testing the authorization configuration is usually the most important. That's because for any kind of endpoint you create, you will have to test your authorization rules. Usually in terms of authentication, you have like one or a couple of ways or a few ways maybe to that your user can use to authenticate, but they are very limited. Like, how many times have you seen an application having more than 3 ways in which the user can authenticate? I honestly didn't see that too much. In most cases, I have one kind of authentication. In most cases today, it's OAuth 2 or OpenID Connect, and you test that once. You sometimes even implement an end-to-end testing instead of an integration or unit test, and that's it. But for authorization, each and every endpoint we implement in your application is tested or should be, and that's why authorization configurations are very important. So that's why in most cases we use techniques to skip over authentication from a test and only implement the authorization tests. So let's say that this is my hello test endpoint. Usually I do use display name, and I describe my tests. I say testing. Usually when I use the display name, it should be something like, when doing that, this is what should happen. So when calling the test endpoint, we should get, or not, it's not test endpoint, it's the hello endpoint in my case. Sorry for that, guys. So it's when calling the hello endpoint, we should get back hello in the request body, and on HTTP status of 200. Okay, and when calling the hello endpoint, authenticated, it's very important. No, because if you call it unauthenticated, then it's a separate test. So hello authenticated test, and then you can have a separate test, hello unauthenticated test. No, we can have some, and then you have, when you are not authenticated, then you should get 401 unauthorized. So this is very funny. A lot of people are confused at the beginning. Why, when you are unauthenticated, you get 401, which is the HTTP code having the name unauthorized. So it's strange because actually we don't have an unauthenticated HTTP code, and then 401 is usually considered to be unauthenticated, while 403 is usually what means unauthorized. So you have to keep that in mind. Usually 401 means that authentication didn't work, 403 means that authorization didn't work. So even if the name of 401, the HTTP 401 code, is unauthorized, it mainly means unauthenticated. I'm not really sure that that's true for all the possible frameworks, but for Spring Security, that's the case. So what we can do is say, for example, auto configure mock MVC, say private mock MVC, and this is not the only way in which you can test your endpoints. Of course, I'm just showing you one alternative, which happens to also be my favorite. I like mock MVC very much, but you can use other means. But that's not really relevant for our discussion, because it's not really important what tool you use for your integration test. It will still work the same in terms of Spring Security. I will show you immediately why. So I just can say perform a get against hello. So perform a get, usually imported as static method, and I don't know the, let's continue, and expect like, let's say status is okay. And now I'm always struggling to find out where I have to import this from, because the get is also somewhere from mock MVC something something. Which is not the matchers, is something like request something something. So let me do that. I will only do this once, and then I will copy it whenever is needed. So it should be request mock MVC, either builder or request builders. I'm not sure exactly. So do we have here the get, or we don't have the get? No. Let me search it like this, because get is basically there are a lot of them called get, and okay, let's do it like this. So it's a request builder. Yeah, usually IntelliJ doesn't want to help me with this, so I will have to continue searching for it. I think it's the builders here. Oh, here it is. Here it should be this one. Okay. Okay, fine enough. And then I'm gonna throw the exception. Probably have to do the same for the second one. And expect status is okay. And expect content and I don't have a JSON, but if I would have a JSON, most likely I would have used the JSON content, because of course usually when we have endpoints they return JSON, but in our case here I think it's only a string, because that's what we define. So we can just say string hello. And if we run the test like this, it should actually not be okay, isn't it? Because we didn't say anywhere that we are authenticated. So let me actually try to run it and see that the test fails. And while the test runs and fails, let me also check some of your messages here, because I promised I will keep an eye on the live chat, but I was too focused for the moment with what I was doing. So a random security question. How do you feel about Twitter for OAuth given their actions towards the Substack? I'm not really informed about what Twitter does at the moment. I know you can implement OpenID Connect and OAuth with Twitter, but I don't know what are their actions towards Substack. So that's probably me not reading the news. I didn't have to implement anything with Twitter in the past many years. in terms of using them as an authorization server. So because of that I wasn't informed either about it. So I'll have to check the news and see what that means. If you can actually share me an article or something that you already have in terms of the reactions towards Substack, I promise to read it and come back with an opinion on that. Then, how do I handle authentication exceptions in the recent Spring security iteration? Why do you think there's some different way to handle the exceptions? Usually these exceptions, most of them, depending on where you see them, but if they are in the authentication flow, they are self-handled by Spring Security, so you don't have to do anything special with them. Now, of course, you can, like any other exception, use them in your flow and then catch and or throw them further. And that, of course, depends on what you are doing there. And I can't tell you there is a good practice or best practice to use them in a way. But usually, the exceptions that the authentication exceptions, in my knowledge, they didn't change. Like, it's still the same. You throw, for example, authentication exceptions. You can, one of the first points where that can happen, and we will also see it now in one of our examples, is when we implement the user details service, and when you don't find the user details, say wherever you've searched them in the database or somewhere, then you have to throw an exception, which is username not found exception, which is extending from authentication exception, and you don't have to do something else, because Spring Security will take care of transforming that into a 401 unauthorized, so it's nothing special to be done there. Okay, thanks Alex. I think I've managed to find it in the end. The package, of course. Before there is HTTP exception handling, exception failure. Okay, so that's what you wanted to ask, but now it's missing. So again, we will see this in the example now, but I don't think that you end up having a 500 to the user if you have an authentication exception. Of course, now that means you use properly the Spring Security. If you don't use it properly, then yeah, maybe 500 goes back to the user, but it didn't happen to me. So let's see in the next examples and see if maybe the next examples clarify your question. Static imports on top. Yes, I can show you the static imports on top. Is basically I searched them myself because it happened to me that IntelliJ doesn't provide them to me straightforwardly, and I have to search for them. My company made me delete all my Oracle JDKs in my work, so it's not free anymore, so I can't code along. Like, you don't need Oracle JDK, you can just use Amazon Corretto or something else. Why do you say that you have to use Oracle? I'm not even sure what I'm using here, to be honest with you. By the way, Oracle JDK can't be used for production indeed, so many companies will force you delete it in case they don't have license, which makes sense because it's a legal action. But you can use it for learning purposes, or at least that's what I read in the license last time when I researched it, and that was less than a few weeks ago. But you don't need to use Oracle. You can implement, you can use any other distribution like Amazon Corretto or something like that. Again, I'm not even sure what I'm using here, and I'm not even sure where to look for that here in IntelliJ. Maybe. To be honest, I think I'm using OpenJDK, so I'm not using Oracle JDK. I'm using OpenJDK. But whenever you search for the virtual machine, you can use a lot of distributions. So this is my SDK here, but you can use Azul, you can use Corretto, you can use OpenJDK, you can use Graal VM. So you see, you don't have to use Oracle JDK. So you can add the JDK, and you can avoid using Oracle, just use one of the others. So you can use Amazon Corretto, Zulu. There are many of them. There are so many of them. GraalVM is usually if you want to build native images, but you can use it as a VM as well. If you don't want to use it natively, you can still use GraalVM without a native compilation. So my advice for you is just use another virtual machines and you can code with me along. In display name, I will be get back hello in the response body. You want to get back hello in the yeah, good point. Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm seem that I didn't wake up very good. Of course, it's a response body, not a request body. Cool. Okay. Is this beginner friendly? It depends on what you mean. If it's my marathon beginner friendly, beginner for Spring Security, yes, but I will not like go over what a unit test is, what Spring is, how to use Java and stuff like that. So depends on what you mean beginner in Spring Security or beginner overall. If it's beginner overall, then my answer is no, this will not be beginner friendly. But if it's only for Spring Security beginner and you have the prerequisites, meaning Java, Spring, and the others, then you have you may say it's beginner friendly. Okay. So it was failing as we were expecting. Now I'm going now back a bit. And we can see it's a 401 and we expect it, so we expected 200, we have 401, but the reason is we didn't authenticate. And now if you want to authenticate, you need to provide one way in which there are multiple ways in which you can provide the authentication, and maybe the simplest one is using the with mock user annotation here. So if I add the with mock user annotation and I run it again, then we should see indeed the status is now going to be 200. Okay. And hopefully the test is also okay overall if I didn't miss anything here. But the point I wanted to make is how to integrate Spring Security in your tests. So that's basically my point. So you see the test now is correct. You might want now to ask, what did change by only adding this with mock user annotation on line 27? So for those of you who are not aware, and you will be now if you follow me with Spring Security mechanism, it's working a bit like that. So let me actually take this Inkscape and try to draw a little bit. So this is the controller, and before the controller we have filters, and that's normal HTTP web application with Spring MVC. Okay, so you have the controller and you have several filters. So this is my controller, and these are filters. One of the filter here is the authentication filter, and one of the other filters is the authorization. Now in between you can have other filters, and I won't go into that, but the point is the authentication mechanism at the end, if the authentication is correct, will end up by putting some information in something that we call security context. So the security context is the place where details about who has authenticated go, and then this is used further by authorization to apply the authorization rules. and moreover it can also be used from the application itself further, because when we'll discuss later about method authentication, you will see that the app can use the details in the security context at the method level as well. So after the authentication, anything is in the security context can be used. Now, the authorization happens after the details go into a security context. So what happens here in my code when I add the with mock user is that this one disappears. And this one also. So this instead becomes a mock, and with mock user we'll create a security context in which it creates only one user, and that user can now be used by the authorization. So the reason why we managed to create this unit test and we made it work like someone authenticated is because this annotation basically creates a mock security context with a user inside. And because we don't have any configuration yet, the only thing that matters is that we have a user. Now, at some point later, what is and who is that user will also matter. And it might be that using with mock user the way I used it here is not enough. You might need to give a specific name to the user, and you can still do that through the annotation. You might need to give them specific roles or authorities. Usually the password is irrelevant. I'm not even sure why this is here, because I don't think that someone at some point will ever implement authorization rules on the password, but you can do that if you want. And in case you want more than this, then, but that's a totally different discussion, then you will have to create a custom user annotation, and that's basically it. So let's say that in a lot of the cases, with mock user is more than enough to create. I'm not sure how many use cases say, but as long as you have the username and the roles and authorities, usually is enough to create a unit test. Then of course, if I'm going to move it like this, then I would say here this one disappears and then is unauthorized, and I don't add anything. And if I run now the both unit tests, I think both should be running fine. So that's how not only I have created the endpoints, but I also tested them. And it's very important you test also the integration with Spring Security, because if you don't do that, remember, like any framework, you will have at some point to update it. And if you don't update it, then you will end up with situations where you can't update anymore and you have a lot of technical debt, and it becomes very costly to sustain the application. And when you update it, well, then you if you don't have tests, then you will have to rely on the fact that things might fail then in production. And usually developers don't like, and not only developers, the stakeholders as well, don't like things to fail in production. Tests can save you from many kind of these things. So let me continue on this and start with configuring Spring Security. I will create a configure package, security config class, which will be a configuration class. And to configure Spring Security, maybe a year ago, so not long time ago, you were extending something called Web Security Configure Adapter, which doesn't even exist now. So Web Security Configure Adapter, this class, it's has been removed, has been made deprecated with Spring Boot 2.7, has been completely removed with Spring Security 6, which is integrated in Spring Boot 3, which is actually what we are using here. But depending on what version of Spring Security you use, you will either have to use Web Security Configure Adapter that I will not prove anymore here, or the approach with Security Filter Chain that I will use in my examples today. Now, if you are in a situation where you need still to use Web Security Configure Adapter, then I will I would recommend you my X playlist, which is still there, made like 3 years ago. You can find on this channel, or you can use my first edition from Spring Security in Action. So this one shows you with Web Security Configure Adapter how to do the stuff, and this is how things were done like 2 or 3 years ago. Now I'm writing a second edition where I try to put in place all the updates. So if you are interested in how things are new, then I would recommend you, of course, the second edition, which will be ready somewhere at the end of this summer. So it's either the second or the first edition, or both of them. Remember that you would still need to know how to use the old code, because, well, in my experience, let's say that even if we'd like to be true, applications don't update that fast, and sometimes they don't update at all, which is pity, but it happens. And then developers need to know how to use frameworks like deeply, not only on their latest versions but also on X versions. Now I can't like show you today everything. I will try to focus on the new stuff, but remember that also old stuff might be still useful. Let me take a look again and see if I can answer some of the questions that I missed since last time. So early book question, since I saw it was quite deep down the chapter list. Will the testing chapter also cover options like integration testing using tests with Selenium? Probably. I think it will only be on integration tests with Spring Security. Now, if you implement something like end-to-end, then your tool, whether it's Selenium, Appium, or anything else, they will act like the client. So it's not a lot to be given there. It will simply work like what we discussed in the first chapters of the book. So I will not cover end-to-end testing in Spring Security in Action. I will only cover unit and integration tests there, which is basically usually what the developer do. Neither context configuration found for test class. You are getting this error. Sorry, have never seen that error before. So let's take it afterwards if you want. Maybe I can you can share me a GitHub link and I can take a look. Will it be recorded? Yes, it's my events are always recorded. They will stay here forever, together with my mistakes. I never edit them, so you can always have them, learn something, and also make fun of me when I'm making mistakes. To help with sales, if you buy the early version of the new version, you get the first version for free. Yeah, that's true. So in the version of the ebook. So if you buy my second edition, you will also get a free ebook version of the first edition, which is great. That's why you will see me always referring to the first edition in the second edition, because I know everyone gets it. So whether you want to go back and read it, it's your choice. It doesn't cost you anything. If you want to take it in the paper form, of course, that's not for free, but people still choose sometimes to get it in the paper form, and I also love paper editions of the books, as you can see also behind me. And I just moved in, so I didn't have the time to put all my books there, so it might look like an empty library behind me, but it's because I recently moved and I didn't have time to move everything. Cool. With that being said, let's continue. So security filter chain. Has as a parameter a HTTP security object. This is already configured by Spring Boot in the Spring context, so you don't have to do anything about it. Which means that automatically when we use the bnab notation, to specify that whatever this method returns needs to be a bean, this one will be injected here out of the box for us, so we have it, we don't have to do anything. And then this object is actually a builder. It has a build method, and at the very end it builds, with it we build the security filter chain object, which ends up as a filter in the security filter chain, in the chain of commands. It throws an exception, so we have to throw the exception as well. And now, of course, before returning, we need to configure the filter chain that we want to configure through the HTTP security object. How do we do that? Well, we do apply anything we want with DSL methods. There are there are more parts, but let's start with two big main parts to be easy to understand for you. One of them is the authentication, configuration for authentication. And the other one is the configuration for authorization. And then you might have different other kinds of configurations, like you might have CSRF configuration, course configuration, other mechanisms behind the scenes. You can put them here as well. But I always refer usually first to what you find in 99% of the application, if not 100% of them. You configure at least authentication and the authorization. Now, authorization at the filter level is something that's applicable only for web apps. So what we discuss here, you would not have this object at all, and a way to configure it this way in case it's not a web app. But as stated at the very beginning of this stream, today I'm focusing on web apps because in almost 100% of the cases, that's why I know developers and my students will have to face. So it's important for me what I tell you now here is also what's relevant for you, and that will help you in your day-to-day work. So how do we implement authentication? We use DSL methods. So you can, for example, say I want to configure HTTP basic. If you write something like this, this is basically enough. It's at this moment I can use HTTP basic, and that's it. If I want to configure it further, I can either go and configure it like this. So after the name of the method, so whatever it returns, I can do different other configurations relevant to the kind of authentication I used. Or usually all the DSL methods also allow me to do it like this. So you will basically find the same details this way. Okay, say I wanna configure the realm name, which is something that will appear then in the response. Then you can either say realm name like this. This is an option. Or you would be able, and I'll put them one under the other to make it easier for you to compare. You can use this kind of syntax. So both of them do the same, okay? And why I'm showing you this, because maybe you will say, well, how much relevant this is. If you will search on an issue, a solution to an issue on web, you will find different solutions provided by different people in different places. You will find solutions on Stack Overflow and different forums. You will find I don't know, whatever ChatGPT now replies if you ask ChatGPT. Different solutions provided by different entities will be usually provided in different ways. And I always saw a lot of confusion from people that sometimes see configuration made this way, some of them make it this way, and people ask me, is this the same? Does it work? Why is this guy telling me I should do it this way and another one telling me I should do it that way? And the reason is, well, we any of us have preferences. Like some of us would like to put the curly brace on the right, and some of us like to put them below. It's the same thing, isn't it? But just different way of writing. So the same applies with Spring Security configurations, which throughout the time they had plenty of ways in which they could have been applied, and many have remained there, and this can create confusion. But the idea is to understand what you can do and then to be able to adapt to your code. My recommendation is you can use whatever you'd like, either this one or this one, but use it consistently throughout your application. So don't use this one for a part of your configuration and then this approach for another part of your application, because then your code will become confusing and difficult to understand. Now let's go back and say we only have HTTP basic. Then I can go here and say HTTP authorize HTTP requests. By the way, if you are reading my first edition, which is what we used to do a couple of years ago, maybe a year ago, you will see that I'm using the authorized requests method. The book also explains a lot of things about matchers and how to use three kinds of matchers, named the AND matcher, MVC matcher, and regex matcher to refer to specific requests. While today we use authorized HTTP requests, you see that the authorized requests, you see that the authorized requests method has been made deprecated, and that's, of course, the recommendation is you don't have to use it anymore, and it has been made less confused. At least they try to make it create less confusion, and now you don't have all of those request matchers. So there is only one method that you can use to refer to specific requests. But for the moment, let's just assume any request authenticated, which is the way in which we can imply this authorization part, telling us that all the requests, no matter the path, no matter the HTTP method used, they require someone to have priorly authenticated. So with the first part, which is called the matcher method, you match some requests. With the second part, the authenticated, you implement the rule. The rule now for all the requests, the rule is that someone needs to have authenticated before. So this is the configuration for authentication, the configuration for authorization. Another point, over the web you will see many cases in which developers merge this, the authentication and authorization. I prefer, especially with tutorials, to put them apart. In my book you will find them apart. In my books you will not find them together usually, but I could have written something like this, and then I don't need to have this one anymore. I just say and authorize HTTP request, any request, blah 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 blah. So you see, in one big chunk of configuration, which works, which can look here like okay, you can read it. But you know, my experience with this approach is that when the configuration grows, it becomes more difficult to read it, much more difficult. And I try to use at least indentation when I'm doing something like so. We can see the parts easily separated by the end methods. But there are a lot of developers that put them in a random way like this, and then it becomes very difficult to understand them anymore and to understand what what exactly they've tried to configure there. So that's why, again, referring to different styles, I prefer the style where I put apart my configuration so they are easier to read. But you will find different answers, different articles, different places over the web where instead of the configuration being given like this, is given like in a big chunk, messy chunk. That from my perspective, if it's an answer on Stack Overflow, it might even be less easy to understand for someone who is a beginner. Then it might even create more confusion than solving the problem. And remember that whenever you search something on Stack Overflow or so, your point is not only to find a solution to a problem, it's also to find out if that's the best solution for your case. And remember that not always, it's many times on Stack Overflow where we find workarounds to a problem rather than the real solution. So I do advise you pay very much attention to that. Now, if I'm running my app with this configuration, it will basically be the same. So let me actually, because it's 1 hour since we've started the discussion, my back starts to hurt. I'm usually doing something like this. And I do recommend you to stand from time to time. So let's continue our discussion standing. Now, if I'm running the application this way, I will just get into the same thing. I didn't change anything. I still have that default password generated, and what I did here is basically the exactly same thing. Say exactly same thing with what Spring Boot does by default. So by default, it's HTTP basic. It's even form login, but I didn't add the form login, so I could have said just like and form login. So this is even better now. It means we allow both HTTP basic and form login. Form login is that configuration creating you a nice form login screen when you open it from a browser, and you open it from a browser and you see the form login. So now what I'm going to do is to change a bit the user as well. So I don't want to use that user, I want to use a different one. But let me take some more questions because I see you are very active, guys. Thank you for that. Where was I? Side question: what are your thoughts about ChatGPT? Honestly, I think it will be a great tool for developers to help make our job easier. It's basically now, many years ago, development was difficult. You had to implement things low level, then high level languages appeared. It made our life easier. We only learned from books. I was there when I didn't have internet to study from, so whatever I wanted to study, I was going to the bookshop and I was buying a very big book and I was reading it. Then the internet appeared, we started having Stack Overflow, we started having Google. The things became easier and easier for developers. With ChatGPT, it's only one step further. Now our job will become even easier. So hopefully with ChatGPT and with new techniques, we will be able to work faster and write even better code. That's what I hope. The new method is so much more fluent. The new method meaning the one with Bean, I guess, which yes, I do agree. And it's not only about fluency, but maybe it's also about the fact that you don't have to extend something, so you are not stuck. Like, remember, first of all, you can't extend multiple classes in Java, and then it was also difficult in managing the extension, because if you had multiple extensions, then you had multiple implementations of the web security configured Apple class. So this is more testable as well, and more, say, customizable. Okay, using Lombok. Okay, fine. So it's all about something about configuration. I'm watching you at work. The project I should do, it's not doing, and I am so frustrated. Well, I'm not sure if I understand your frustrations yet. So WAF2 is just a framework. You can find already a lot of lessons in the Spring Security playlist. Your boss is out of patience now. I'm not sure what happens there, but stakeholders sometimes they think that things can be implemented easier than what the reality is. So I'm into that. I've been there, done that. Not getting frustrated myself, but I've seen people frustrated because they thought I need to implement faster the things that I did. But I think that's also another discussion. Will I cover today WAF2? I would like to cover everything, but I'm not sure how much will I resist. So it's 1 hour now, but I will try to stay as much as possible. But remember, if you don't see me today covering something, you might already find it in the Spring Security playlist. So remember that there is a playlist there that covers already more than or about 20 hours of Spring Security, which is most likely something that I will not be able to do today. I'm not sure if I will resist for more than a few hours actually. Cool. What do you think is much better, MockMVC or Mockito? The two are different. You can't compare apples with pears. So Mockito is a library used for mocks. MockMVC is a library used for calling endpoints. You can use both of them together, and I usually work with both of them together when I want to call endpoints. And at the same time mock say the repositories. So the two are different, Newton. Read about both, use them together. They are not like one or the other. They have different purposes. Okay, now I'm going to the next step. So we already discussed that we have a filter chain, that the result of authentication is the security context, and then the authorization applies the rule, and then some more authorization can be done at the method level in the application, which is in our web application after the request have reached the controller. Let's discuss a little bit more by this part, the authentication and the security context. So before we get into this one, let's talk a bit about this one. So the authentication, I will simply copy this part and say the authentication starts with the authentication filter, and then further the authentication calls a manager called an authentication manager. So this is the manager here, and then the manager will use an implementation of the logic which is done in an authentication provider. Now it really depends what kind of authentication is. This might be basically enough, and then at the very end the result is that after a successful authentication everything goes into the security context. So the point is something like this one calls this one, okay, and then gets back, and then this one calls this one and gets back the answer. And then of course, if everything is fine, if it's not fine, then it ends up with a 401. So that's where the exception, for example, might be thrown directly from the provider, which implements the authentication logic. And if the authentication fails for any reason, it goes back and it's a 401 unauthenticated. Or it can be that the authentication is successful, and then the details about the one who has authenticated will be simply added to a security context where they can be used from by the authorization as discussed up here in the first diagram. See? So this is basically an extension of what I discussed here. This is the filter chain, and the only important thing you need to understand from here is that authentication is first. When it's successful, it pulls data in the security context, and then that data is consumed by the authorization filters and the aspects in case of the method. Or now a little bit more into authentication. When authentication happens, it delegates to a manager which has the purpose of finding the proper logic to implement the authentication. The logic itself, it's in one of the authorization providers available for the application. If the authentication fails, 401 unauthorized will be sent back to the user. If authentication succeeds, then in the security context we will have the details of whom authenticated, and that way the authorization will be possible further. Now, if the authentication needs a user, a set of credentials, is usually made of a name and the password. If it's a user, we call it the username, and we have the password. And for that, it's recommended you separate the responsibilities of managing the user details and the password, and the components that are used for this purpose are the user details service and the password encoder. So what happens if you have anything that needs your user and the password? And in our case, it's actually the case because we have a HTTP basic and phone login. Both of them need sets of credentials, so someone has to log in with the username and the password. Then the user details need to be managed by the user details service, and the password itself must be managed by the password encoder. Why do we need a password encoder? Well, because the passwords usually need to be stored in a secure way, and for that we use hash functions. Hash functions are cryptographic algorithms that digest an input into an output in such a way in which you cannot go back from the output to the input. So once you have the output, you cannot guess back the input. But if you have the input, you can say that the output was indeed generated from the same input. So hash functions has these two important characteristics. One of them is the characteristic of being impossible of going back to the input if you only have the output, and the second one is to be able from the input to say that an output has been created from the same input, which is called the matches method. It's called the matches method because you can match an input to an output. You cannot back from the output to the input, but you can match an input to an output. Now, usually in my example, I use a password encoder that's called the no-op password encoder, which is a password encoder that doesn't change anything in the password. But in real world, you should never use something like that. In a real world app, you should always apply an encoding that works. So what can I do now is I can basically keep the manager and the provider for HTTP basic, but I can override the components that manage the user details service and the password encoder. So to do that, I only have to declare some beans. Public user details service, would be the bean that will now manage the user details. You can see user details service is actually an interface. It only has one method. It says gets the username from the authentication, tries to find the user details for this username somewhere, and then returns them as a user details, which is the contract in which Spring Security understands the user. It throws an authentication exception. The username not found exception is actually an authentication exception, what one of the questions was about earlier, in case the username doesn't exist, so the details are not found. So you can implement yours, or you can use an in-memory user details manager. I think we can actually even return it directly. And this in-memory user details manager, as you can see, it's an implementation of user details service. And for the moment, I will go very slow, and I will only create my user, and then I will show you how to put it in a database. So the only mandatory things are a username, password, authorities, and usually authorities are things that distinguish the users in terms of what they can do, and they are used for authorization, and I will go deeper into those a little bit later. And of course, you need the password encoder. Now for the password encoder, in this case, when I build this, by the way, has to be added to the in-memory user details manager, so let's not forget to add it. In many examples, you will see the no-op password encoder being used, and if you take a look on how this is implemented, you will see that the no-op password encoder is called no-op because it's no operation, so it doesn't do anything. It's simply just returning the password the way it is, so it doesn't encode it, and then it simply uses equals to match. But of course, this is something that you should never use in real world examples. If I would use something in real world, it would be something like bcrypt, scrypt, or any other password encoder implementation that use a properly secure cryptographic algorithm. So there are plenty of them. To be honest, I didn't use them all, but bcrypt is one of the favorites today. We have the one based on keys here. We have scrypt. A few of them have been deprecated, like the MD4 and the message digest, which uses MD5. MD5 and MD4 are not considered enough secure anymore. I think one of these was using SHA as well, which is also not used. I think the standard one was using SHA. Anyway, the idea is you should use always a strong encoding password encoder that uses a strong algorithm. Now, if I continue using bcrypt, I have to make sure that the way I store the password is also bcrypted, because otherwise it will not work. And such is in a real world app, when you register the users, you have to make sure that you store the details hashed using the same password encoder, because if you don't do that, then of course it will not match with the authentication, and then that will not work. So with this minimum configuration, now this is the minimum configuration in which you have your own users. So now if I'm starting this application the way it is now, I will be able to use something else than just a generated password. Okay. And I will be starting it, and at the same time, meanwhile, taking a look again at your questions and discussions. Oh, many of them I see. I have to go up a bit. Okay.
So client ID, I think Ziad, you have some misunderstanding there on what client is and what user is. They are two separate entities. User is the person using the client is the application. So multiple user may use the same client. So let's take that afterwards, or maybe some of the discussion here will clarify it. I don't know. Client ID and secret, there are some credentials identifying the application and not the users. The users have their own credentials. The client is the application. It has also its own credentials. Both of them have to authenticate against the authorization server when the time comes. Okay, I see that's something Marco tried also to explain there, which is good. So, okay, yeah, indeed, I also recommend you guys, I know, I can understand that at some point you might have situations at the work where people ask you, hey, I need you to implement that OAuth 2 by tomorrow. But trust me, it doesn't work like this. So whichever stakeholder or individual or boss calling themselves managers or leaders tell you that, they are simply just not safe enough. So development is not about you do something by tomorrow. I don't care where you copy it from. You need to allow the time to the developer to research it properly, and especially when it comes to sensitive things like security. So I can understand why people sometimes go directly to chapter 20 in my book and try to read it because that's what they need, or simply just tries the lesson 20 from the stream because that's what teaches JVT. But the truth is that if you don't watch the first and you don't have also either the details before, it will only create frustration because you will not understand lesson 20 if you don't know the things that we discussed in the first 19 lessons. So I think a good advice is you always make sure either you already have the prerequisites from somewhere else, or you don't have them and then you watch them from the beginning, because going to directly a point, I need to implement OAuth, and I'm going straight to the lesson where it's implemented, of course, will not work. Can you later show how to implement custom user details service in Spring? Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm starting with this, and then right after I will just implement a custom user details service. The methods of HTTP security class just renamed, or is difference with old? So there are some differences, as I said. So it's not only now it's called authorized HTTP requests, but you also don't have the MVC matchers, ANT matchers, and regex matchers anymore. Now you only have, and we will work with it later, only one method, which is called request matchers. So that's the only thing you can use. Now if you would have used the authorized request, you needed to choose from a selection of MVC matchers, ANT matchers, or regex matchers, and now you don't have. So no, it's not only that they changed the name. I mean, some of them only changed the name, but in most cases they also changed a bit, not very much, but a bit also the way you use them. And you will see basically that we will, if you already know how to use them with Spring Boot 2 and Spring Security 5, you will see that now the way we will use them today, for example, maybe they will look a bit different from what you knew, and that's because of the updates. So that, as someone said before, maybe you can take the Spring Security playlist, and I think that should clarify the things. Maybe you don't have the prerequisites, and it doesn't really make sense you ask questions about this now in the chat, because I don't think someone will be able to answer you, because that would mean they will have to cover a few hours of work to clarify. But since they are recorded on the same channel and you find them for free, I see no reason why you wouldn't simply watch them from the beginning and make sure you take them example by example, and I'm pretty sure, like someone said earlier, you will understand them. Okay, I see some more messages based on that, so I'm just going to skip them. Can we create more user detail service in a project and ordering that? To be honest, I never did that. I don't see a reason why you would create multiple user detail service. You can have one that takes data from multiple sources. You don't need multiple user detail service. You can have only one, it's enough. No, you can have that one taking data from both, say, a file, a web service, and the database. In the end, it's just the way you implement an object. So as long as you implement this method that, say, takes the data from multiple sources, then it's okay. You don't need multiple objects of the same type. So you can just implement here the logic that takes the data from multiple sources. So I don't know if you can like put multiple bins and order them. My guess would be no. It's just a guess, but it would be no. But I feel that what you need is simply just implementing a little bit more complex user detail service that takes data from multiple sources in a certain way. And that's something you clearly can implement very easily. Okay. Okay, so with that being said, should we test that this is working? So let me restart the application and see if I can now call it with my bill and password, and that should work. Okay, started. You can see that I have no more generated password here. Makes sense, I guess. And again to the password, and that one should not work anymore, of course. So if we try that, it should be a 401. But now instead, it should work with bill and password. And then we say send, and then it works. So very easily. Now you will say, well, I guess that's easy enough, no, because you have simply used an in-memory user details manager. And to be honest with you, it's not a big difference between using an in-memory user details manager and having the generated password, because it's still not necessarily very realistic, is it? So it's still something that you might most likely not use in a production ready app. What about trying to put this in a database? And with this, I will also cover the idea of having a custom user detail service implementation, because that's what some of you have also requested. And for that, let's actually create, so let me make sure that I have a workbench available, a database available, and let's take it from the very beginning, create a new project and try to implement something with Spring Data JPA, where we take the user details from a database. So why not? Let's do something like this. Let's make sure that I have also local database, otherwise it won't be really helpful. So I'm just trying to start here my local MySQL server. You can use any database. Now the data source, the place where you take the data from, is not really relevant. You can use any kind of data source, any kind of database, clients and users. Let me actually delete the two and reuse this demo database. So drop the tables, drop now. Okay, fine. And I will take it easy. Let's simply take it with having the users and maybe the roles or the authorities later in the database. Let's start with the users actually and see if we can update this to have authorities as well. And for that, I will just say start by creating a new table, ID, username, and password. It's everything I want to put here. So let's take it the easiest we can. Users, ID, an auto-incremented one, username, and password. Now, you have to make sure that the password is lengthy enough to take the encoding, because varchar of 45 might not be enough if I try to use bcrypt, for example. So it might be, but maybe it isn't. Let's make sure that I have enough space to put everything, and let me apply this, and then make sure we have the users, and I will leave it empty. I will create an endpoint that adds the users, and I will also make the authentication. Okay, so we create a new project. I will keep the same namings, and I will put them on my GitHub account, E2. And what do we need? So for this one, it's a little bit more than web and security. Spring security, Lombok. I'd like to avoid spending time for getters and setters, and of course Spring Data JPA. If I want, make sure that you decide what Spring Data you want, because Spring Data is not only Spring Data JPA. A lot of people I see makes confusion, but you can actually have Spring Data JDBC as well if you want to use JDBC. And of course it depends on the technology you choose. If you use a SQL or NoSQL one, you would need to choose the right one. Spring Data JPA for me, because I intend to use Hibernate behind the scenes. So I intend to really use an ORM, and of course if I'm using MySQL, I really need to make sure that I have MySQL driver in my dependencies. So with this, I think they should be enough to work with anything that I need. This one is now, no, not this one, the first one. I need to make sure it's stopped, and I can start then the other one. And after it gets indexed, I will just simply create, first of all, an endpoint that adds users, and then I will write the security configuration as well, and I will make sure I authenticate properly. So while it's indexing, are there more things that we can discuss? Microservice perspective. Spring security is for any kind of application, regardless it's a microservice or not. Maybe if you say microservice perspective, I guess you talk about Auth and OpenID Connect, because I don't see where that would be more different than that. But probably yes. I mean, again, it's not a lesson. This one it's simply an event where I will stay here as much as I can with you. It might be a few hours until my voice runs out, and I don't know what I will manage to cover here in this event. I might manage to cover some things, or I might not manage to cover them. We will just see up to the end. By the way, guys, let me share with you another code for my troubleshooting Java meanwhile, because it's already 1 hour and a half since we started. So again, remember, the vouchers are one use only, and only for the ebook for troubleshooting Java. Let me actually see if I can get you the link directly to the book. Just put it in your basket, and the first one who manages to use the code will get a free ebook. So it's a 100% discount. Now I do need to connect to my database, so that means I'm gonna change the application properties, and the data source URL JDBC. I'm using MySQL. Localhost demo was the name of the database, if I remember. Data source username. On my local, I'm using root with no password. In real world app, you would have to take this from a vault, probably, but that's only a matter of configuring your environment. And then I'm creating the package controllers, and say demo controller. No, let's call it user controller this time, because I want to have here a way in which I can add a user first. And one thing that I know is that I will need to define my user entity. So I will have entities to describe the tables in the database, and I will have definitely services, and I will also have probably repositories. So let's start with my entity class, user. So it's an entity. You can see a very important difference starting with Spring Boot 3 is that we have the Jakarta space. So we together with the changes, with the other changes that came with Spring Boot 3, we also have the change from Java to Jakarta in the namespace of the JPA implementation, and we observe this. One of the biggest breaking changes, because when you upgrade from Spring Boot 2.x to Spring Boot 3.x, now you definitely have to change some package names. However, it wasn't so much of a burden. In my experience with the application, the project I'm consulting now, it took us not that much to upgrade all our projects. It's true that I also kept the philosophy in place, my philosophy of having always upgrade whenever something comes. I did upgrade, so I was already on Spring Boot 2.7, and part of the configurations were already done, at least in terms of Spring security, which made things easier for me. It will be definitely more difficult if you want to upgrade from Spring Boot 2.3, for example, which is, if I correctly remember, the version that I'm using in this book. But that's in case you didn't upgrade in time. Now, user, if I remember correctly, going back here, my table name was users, which means that I need to use the table annotation here to specify the name of the table, because if it doesn't match the name of the class, then I have a problem. And then I have private ID, username, password. The ID is an ID, and in this case, I simply use identity as its generative strategy. So ID, username, password, they match exactly. No, ID, username, passwords, they match exactly the names of the columns. So I don't have to use the column annotation. One else thing I have to do is to use the getter and setter annotation here. And I guess that should be enough for my entity for the moment. I have no relationships. I will add them eventually later. In the repositories, however, I have to create a user repository interface that will extend from JPA repository of user and primary key integer in my case. And let's make sure that we add the correct user, because otherwise, so it's my user in the entities that I should import, otherwise it will not work. Being an interface, guys, I don't want to see here the repository annotation. Please don't do that. So the repository annotation is a stereotype annotation. You can see it from its name. A stereotype annotation is an annotation instructing Spring to create an instance of this class and put it in the Spring context. But this is not a class, it's an interface, which is abstract, which it means it cannot create instances. Spring will anyway ignore that. So a repository on an interface is an anti-pattern that I have seen too many times already, even in responses in Stack Overflow. It's not needed for an interface. The repository annotation is only used on a class as any other stereotype annotation, not on the interface. It doesn't make sense here. So that's why you will not, and you will never see me using the repository annotation on the interface itself. It's not needed. Then what I need to have, so I already have a save method. It comes out of the box with the JPA repository. but I will definitely need to implement a user details service. So I can call this one custom user details service, and it will implement user details service. And then of course it needs to override the load by username method. So this is where you will need to get the user details by usernames. That means we will need a way here to get all the details from the database by the username. So this is where you need to use, you might use, it's not mandatory of course, because you can use, if you want, a bean method in the configuration class as well, but you might use a stereotype annotation. Stereotype annotation makes sense here. It's over a class. Spring will take this class, will create an instance using reflection behind the scenes, and add it to the Spring context. So the stereotype annotation, no matter if it's component, controller, service, repository, it only makes sense over concrete types. It never makes sense on abstract classes or interfaces, okay? So make sure that you use it properly. Now, we do want to say here private final user repository, and since I'm using Lombok, I will simply just use all args constructor here, and I wanna be sure I can call a method here that gives me the user details by username. So I can say something like optional of user find by username, and then string username. So if I leave it like this, my method will work, because Spring Data has some magic behind the scenes that will transform the name of the method in the JPQL. But remember that this works only if you've written the name in the specific DSL language way of Spring Data. So in this case here, I've written it correctly. It will work. But first of all, again, one, it works only if it's correctly written, if the name's correctly written. Secondly, it works, in my perspective, only for short method names like this one. It's fine. You can't really easily write it for a query that is 10 lines or even more longer, that contains a lot of stuff. Try it yourself. I gave up. So from my perspective, it doesn't work all the time. So I'm always, even for short names where that will work, I use the query annotation. This is my favorite way of doing things. I don't say it's the right way. I say that this is, in my experience, the best way. Even for small method names where the DSL naming of the method would work and Spring Data will be able to translate it into a JPQL, I still prefer to write the JPQL query myself. So that's why you see me here writing it in the query annotation over the method, select you from user where select you from user where you username is, and then the name here of the query. And of course, for longer queries, it will look a lot cleaner. So also one tip for you, do upgrade frequently your Java version. And if you do upgrade frequently, I'm pretty sure you are now using Java 17, which is the latest long-term supported at the moment of recording this video, because next autumn Java 21 will be. And do use text blocks for your JPQLs. So it's incredibly useful to use text blocks for JPQLs, especially in real-world projects where queries are much longer than this one that you can see here. So now I have a means to find by username. Could you say something like this, it will be, first of all, I need to override this. Secondly, I would also like to have something like create user here, where someone would give me the user details and I create the user. And I will implement both of them, so I'm not sure which I should start with, but I need also a way to represent the security user. This one, normally I don't really like to use entities and DTOs with the same class, and I will explain you why. There are cases where if you use the DTO and you have the same class as a DTO and as an entity, especially when you use when you use JPA, so like Hibernate, any JPA implementation. I've seen that. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. Latest problem I found in an application when someone did this was that they used some Jackson conversion directly on the entity field, because they were using both of the class as both entity and DTO. They needed to make some JSON conversion, which seemed to somehow exclude or include the milliseconds on some dates. And because of that, when they were selecting the data for JPA, it also looked like the data was changed. Because the milliseconds weren't the same. So when the transaction ended, it was all the time creating a lot of unneeded updates, for example. Somehow a wrong implementation that came from the fact that the class was both a DTO and an entity. As long as you don't separate the responsibilities, you might end into trouble. I do always recommend separating the responsibilities, and I know there are disadvantages. I know there will be code duplication. I know that means maintainability will be affected. So I know all that stuff. But still, in my experience, sometimes it's better to have a bit of duplication rather than having more complexity added. You have to have a balance between the complexity and the code application. So that's why today I plan to use this user as a DTO as well. So when I'm going here, you will see me. Let's do that. User U or user, and I will use the entity as a DTO as well to save some time. But trust me, the idea is I'm very careful when I do something like that, especially in a real world project. This is not a real world project, so I might make things sometimes cheaper to put it in a political way, but this is just for the case, and I'm explaining you why I'm doing that and how. And then I say user repository save user. And you can see that normally I should have like checked if the username exists, like say something like, let's do that actually. No, we have the time for the moment, so I'm not tired yet. So I plan to stay as long as I can with you guys here, so until I get tired. But you can say something like var u, which is the user in the database, and say you or else throw. So if present or else, I think I will do an if present or else, something like that. Either that, or I can take it and map it. What's the best? I'm not sure exactly. I can say you or else throw new exception. Let's make an exception here. So user name already exists exception. Which will be a simple runtime exception. Okay, so I say something like supplier for this exception of mine, which could have been actually, I think, directly written as something like that. And then you take the user here. So if the user exists, okay, because actually I didn't do it right, did I? Because if the user exists, if it's present, I should have actually done that. So I think I'm just on the other way around. It should be the other way around. No, if this is actually good for this part here, so I will put it here. So this is where we want to find the username and throw an exception if the user doesn't exist. So I think I'm gonna copy it like this. I don't even need it because I have the username not found exception, but then it needs a message, so I will do it like this. And then here, then here is if it's present. So if it's present, throw an exception. Throw. Okay. Otherwise, you save it. So something like this, very easy. Okay, fine enough. Normally, now is the moment I would have actually written some tests for my implementation. So for the moment, I will skip that, but normally I would have done that. Yeah, we are not discussing unit tests here, so I will still keep it on our today's topic, which is Spring Security. User service or custom user detail service. Little bit of an ugly name. I'm not sure if I would have named it like this in the end in a real world app. And then you say first save user, and this is a post mapping, add user. Okay, you usually don't have to use verbs in the URLs. And the request body user which will create the user. And now this is a funny one here, because in my case I will not create user interface, and you will see me actually I have to take a decision what I do with the cross-site request forgery. So what should we do here with the cross-site request forgery, because it will not simply work like this. Yeah, I know I forgot to add the transaction, so we can do something like transactional read only true, and then override it here, something like this, and now it will also work. And let me see if you have questions. So according to your experience in the real world, what data type would you recommend for the primary key IDs, long or int? I think that normally I would have made it long. So here you can even change it now, it's not a big deal, so you can say long. Some use long, but if you do it like this, the problem is that typically there is not null allowed for IDs, so I don't really agree with using the wrapper class here, because it would imply that you can have the ID null, but the ID is a primary key, so it's a little bit strange. So yes, normally I would put it long in case in which I need to make it like this here as well. And depending on how you implement, You might also need to have a UUID primary key, so depending on what you have, because long is has an interval that is quite large, but at some point you might end up with tables that keep so many records that even long is not long enough. So in that case, you have to maybe find out an alternative, and an alternative can be a unique identifier. So that depends again. But let's say that for the majority, a long would be more than enough. For some of them, even int would be more than enough, because there are often situations in real world where you have tables that are never growing more than a few hundreds of records. So in that case, long is not needed. So you will not make it as long at the database level, and then you will not make it as long here as well. I don't know if it makes any difference here, because if you take it like I put it long now here, but it's not a difference, because at the database level I anyway made it, if I correctly remember, I made it an int. So theoretically I should have made this one at the database level first to have a larger spectrum, and then map it to a long here, so because otherwise it doesn't make any difference. But that's the idea. So like anything else in software development, you just have to choose on what exactly the application does, and on the exact case. No, it's not like long is all the time the solution for everything, or the best solution. Is CSRF needed for pure stateless REST APIs? If you have a token authentication, no, it's not needed, because you have a different way of authenticating. If it's not a web app itself, like mine here, if I only have, for example, APIs that say they might be called from somewhere else, and I'm reaching now the point where you will see me actually doing something that it might look strange, but it makes sense. And I will explain why it makes sense. It's ignoring CSRF for a specific endpoint sometimes is possible. CSRF, and you can see my yesterday's lesson for more details, is only applicable when you have a backend of a web application and you want to make sure that the user only sends the request, the mutating request, through that web application and not from somewhere else. So you avoid situations where your user is tricked into clicking a link from an email or something like that, and making the app do some action that they didn't want to do. So do things on their behalf. So like I said also yesterday, it depends. There are situations where CSRF is not needed, but also, as I said yesterday, you have to really make sure that's the case for you, because I've seen a lot of cases in my experience where people simply disabled CSRF because they've seen at some point I remember someone telling me when I asked why did you disable CSRF, and they were something like, well, I've seen that as a response, on Stack Overflow, and I checked and it's working, and that's why I made it like this, because it's working. Yeah, it's working, but it's working because you took out an entire security mechanism, which you shouldn't have, because you have a web application, and it was the case there where they shouldn't have done that, but they simply did that because they didn't understand what CSRF is and where should that be applied. So that should not be your case. So that's what I'm telling you. So bigger capacity, that's okay, true, what we discussed. Anyone here know of some beginner-friendly open source projects or study groups that involve building a real-world project? I would recommend you any of the Spring projects. So trust me, there are also tasks that can be done by starters, by beginners. Even if you first at least discuss the documentation. If you help with the documentation, if you help with cleaning the code, just to understand the architecture first and stuff like that, and then get into small implementations. It might look difficult in first place, but most of the Spring projects have a strong and friendly community that will help you. So I'm pretty much sure you will find something there. Take any of them you like: Spring Boot, Spring Data, Spring Framework, Cloud, Spring Security even. Then Okay, happy Saturday, happy weekend, I tell you all as well. So I'm still here with you, and I will try to make this marathon as long as I can. My voice still works, so until my voice goes down, I will be able to stay here. Spring auth service JDBC implementation because data are saved as JSON as in the case of authorization table. Okay, I'm not sure if I understand, maybe it's an answer to a prior question. Otherwise, the Spring Boot documentation also explains it well. Okay, maybe also add a constraint in the DB. Okay, and why do you use transactional at the method level too? That's a good point. So I could have actually done something like this, transactional, and then I don't need to put it on the method level, because that's the rule. No, if it's at the class level, then you don't need to put it at the method level unless you need to override something like the isolation level or the propagation level or stuff like that. But what happened is that what I observed is that it happened a lot in the past that developers were forgetting something important. They were forgetting that changing the entity will cause a change in the database as well. It will cause updates on the database level at the end of the transaction, because that's how ORMs work. So at the end of the transaction, if something has been changed in the context, then the transaction will try to run all the queries needed to mirror the context to the database. And there are several approaches that I recommend the developers do to avoid unneeded updates, but it happens sometimes. But there is a trick that will help most developers get over that, at least minimize the chances for something like that to happen. And that is use the read-only first here. So in this way, what they do is they make transactions for all the methods, but by default they are read-only, and they on purpose make the transaction read-only false, which is like this, because if you go onto a transactional, the read-only has the default false, only on the methods that should not that should make changes, that should not be read-only. So this way you have to think on purposely where you expect changes, and at least this takes a part of the situations where developers would make changes for endpoints that should not make changes at all in the database. It's kind of a best practice that I would recommend, that worked for many of my projects, and that's why I do recommend it. So that's why I used it twice. Okay. Perfect, exactly. So like Andrew says, it's a trick to prevent unwanted outcomes. That's basically it. It helps you. Normally I would like, and I will also do that, I prefer to use Visual VM for monitoring my SQL queries. Like it takes me 5 to 10 minutes to make sure that I don't have n+1 queries and stuff like that, and unneeded updates or queries at the end of the transaction. And if you want that, by the way, I explain how to do that in my latest book. I have it here in my library. So my troubleshooting Java has some chapters also on profiling SQL queries. But what I do is I usually apply more tricks than more than only one trick to make sure that my code is clean, maintainable, and it works properly. So I do use I do use several ways, in which prevention ways, in the way I write the code, but I also do debugging and troubleshooting, and I also use tools in the pipeline and stuff like that to make sure that my code is as clean as possible. So I'm that guy that I want to have all the possible things telling me. It's like all the possible go just like in an airplane, have everything. Make sure you are on the right track when you write the code, and that's the way I keep usually the apps at a very good quality. So yeah, that's why I'm creating the users. So I added transactional, and now I was at the point where I was explaining that my problem is I am using a post mapping here to add the user, and I don't want CSRF. So look what I'm going to do. I'm going to start writing my security configuration. So say config here, and say security config, and say configuration security filter chain HTTP security bean, of course, and then I don't need to add the bean for the user detail service anymore, because I've used here the service annotation, which creates out of the box the bean for me, so it's the alternative. But I need a password encoder, so not to forget that the password encoder is essential as well. And now I should decide the password encoder. Do I want to use the no-op? Let's say that for today we can, because a lot of people ask me, a lot of people asked me, well, they told me in your videos you are always using no-op, which is, of course, I'm a lazy guy, I have to be honest with you, so I want to be comfortable, and I'm using the no-op password encoder. But no, in the real world I don't recommend that, and I'm telling that in all my sessions, that you should use a way in which you should encrypt. So that I would say, yes, let's encrypt this correctly. And in that case, if you want, even today, because it's a special event, it's not like a lesson, it's just me here coding together with you, let's use a bcrypt password encoder instead of no password encoder, and show you that typically no big difference. It's just that if I do that, I need to also inject it. So say final password encoder, okay, and then when I save it, I need to make sure before that I say user set password, user get password encoder, encode user get password. So in the database I should end up with the hashed password. And now that's everything I need to do, because I'm injecting the password encoder. I have defined the password encoder here. I have the user details bean because I use the stereotype annotation, so it's in the context. So now I only have to write here the configuration. So say first return HTTP build, throws exception. And then let's say, for the sake of the app, that we are only using HTTP basic, and where I will say HTTP authorize HTTP requests, and I'll say request matchers user permit all. So that's, in my case, I want to be able to create the user without authentication. Normally, I would probably have an admin somehow role, but it's still, in terms of configuration, just this part would be different. And then any other request authenticated, something like that. And then I have the problem of the CSRF, and if you've seen my yesterday lesson, you've seen that I don't recommend disabling it, because if you disable it, yeah, my post endpoint will work, but that's not really okay. But if I have a situation like this one, where I assume this would be, say, called by a different service, is not from a web application, then I would be able to simply ignore only this path. If it's from a web application, I don't need to ignore it. I need to make sure that I put the right CSRF token in place. See yesterday's lesson. Okay. But if I want to be able to call it from Postman, for example, assuming this is a simple request from a different service somehow in my architecture, then I can ignore some specific request measures. And I can do it like this, using ignoring request measures for specific endpoints. But never disable CSRF. Always think about, is this use case really worth disabling CSRF? Again, the CSRF protection is not something that's ubiquitous mandatory. There are cases where CSRF doesn't make sense. CSRF makes sense when you have a web app with session-side login management and a UI the user uses to work with the app. If you don't have that, then it doesn't make sense. If you have a WAF tool and you use JVT tokens, it doesn't make sense. So you need to see exactly in your app where is the point where CSRF is needed or not. And you can ignore some parts of it. I don't say that disabling it is always bad. I say that just make sure you understand what CSRF is, and when you disable it, you are not in the situation where you disable it and you shouldn't. That's what I'm saying. And now, if I didn't forget anything, I have no idea if I forgot anything. I think I didn't implement the authentication, did I? So I hear what I said. Okay, so I was here. So I only if you want, now we can only test the creation. Let's test the creation. Let's see if the creation works. And then we will also work on the authentication as well. So we need to fill out this method. You see that we only implemented a little bit of it. And let me just check a few more of your questions while the app is starting. So, okay, Spring Security configuration, we use denial. Wow. And for any reason, if there is an exception throws from any of the secure control, it's always give 403. Do you have any thoughts? I'm not sure if I understood the question. So I understood that you use denial, and for any reason, if there is exception, if you have an exception, it throws 403. I don't have any thoughts. No, I'm not sure if I understood. And so you use denial and it throws 403. And what thoughts should I have on that? Okay, it's fine. I guess it's what is expected, because if you have denial, it's forbidden. Okay, I'm not sure. If it's a question, please rephrase it and I can try to answer. When should you use a manager layer? That's a good question, not related to our subject, but I will answer it because it's kind of application one. So a manager layer is basically used to separate code that otherwise, separate logic that otherwise would be duplicated. The service layer is where the use case starts. That's why at the service layer you also start the transaction. That's why the service layer is also the first place where you have the transactional annotation usually. You shouldn't have business logic in the controller, and therefore in the controller it's unusual to have transactional as well. In the controller you should only have mappings in between the request and response, the HTTP request and response, which then should be furthered to a service where the use case starts to be implemented. But there are cases where parts of the logic would be repeated by several use cases. So 2 different use cases or more different use cases would have the same piece of logic. Then of course what you don't want is you don't want to replicate the code, have the same logic implemented multiple times. That's not according to the don't repeat yourself principle. What you can do is extract that part which would replicate into a separate object, and that separate object is usually what we call a manager. I hope that's clear with the manager. Should we annotate the manager layer? The manager layer usually needs to be injected, so that object needs to be injected into others, in the services or other managers. and because of that you would need to make it a bean. Usually you would make it a bean using the add component annotation. Some of developers use service, but I prefer to use component just to mark somehow differently those classes. So yes, and then would it need to have the transactional annotation? The question is, it depends. If you want to change something like the isolation layer or the propagation, remember that by default the transactional has the read committed isolation layer, and also the propagation is required. If you need to change that, like you need to, for example, create a separate transaction for the method in the manager, then of course you will need to use the transactional annotation to change the propagation level or the isolation level. So the answer is, you might, it's not mandatory, but there are case situations where transactional might be used on the manager layer. Which authentication method do you recommend for a backend service cross-platform? Again, it is dependent on the case. It's like asking me what kind of transportation would you recommend for a couple of two. It can be a small car, it can be a limousine, it can be a helicopter. It depends on the case. No, I can't answer that. It's too specific. It depends on what you implement there. Probably using OpenID Connect is one of the cases you will see very often, frequently out there. But does that mean that for your case that's the best choice? No, that's why I prefer to not answer, because I need to know exactly what the case is to be able to answer such things. In what layer would you deal with mappings between DTOs and entities? Well, that's a good question. I think your question is, would that be at the controller or at the service layer? And I would say that basically DTO, because DTO represents because DTO represents the HTTP request, no, or response, so it's the data transfer object, and then the entity, it represents the business, no, the entity is basically the business. I think that it kind of makes sense. They are somewhere at the service layer, but I don't think it's a mistake to put them at the controller layer as well. So it can be either one or the other in this case. Essentially, you don't have logic, so you don't implement logic at the controller. Business logic should stay at the service layer and forward in the architecture, not in the controller layer. Okay. So I started the application finally, and I want to run a post on the user with no authentication, with a raw body of type JSON, with the username Bill and the password. Okay, the ID is auto incremented. Okay, and then I run it. I get a 200 OK, and I check in the database, and I'm running the query. Well, okay. Running the query. I'm not sure why this query doesn't work while the same query does work here, so it's identical. Anyway, that's probably something on MySQL Workbench, and you can see what happened here. So I do have the user added in the database, and I think more importantly, you can see that the password is hashed. So the point is, guys, that now if I have this password, say I don't know the password in plain text is actually password, but I somehow managed to steal this database. I can't tell you how, but I managed to get my hands on this database. The point is, I have this, and because this is a hash, I cannot distinguish which the input is. So that's basically the idea of storing them as hash, you know. It's the idea of not being able to know which is the password. Even I, the administrator of this application, don't know the passwords of my users. It would be immoral and unsecure that even I, the administrator, know your passwords. That's why they always should be hashed. So not anyone, but the user themselves should be should have the knowledge of what the password really is. Okay, so going back to this, I now have to finish the authentication. So yeah, what I said here is you optional or else throw. So this should return me a user. So I say user is you or else throw exception. So if there is no user, I throw an authentication exception. Otherwise, I get the user. Okay, this u is an optional. That's why or else throw will either return me what's inside the box, what's inside the optional, or will throw me an exception. Now if I have the user, if I'm on line 28 further, it means that the exception hasn't been thrown, and it means I have the user. So what I want to do is pack it as a user details, because you see I can't simply just return it from here. It doesn't work because my user, it's not of type user details. And of course you have the option to make it of type user details, but I always recommend using a decorator to adapt it and have it separate the security user to the entity itself. So that's why I can say something like package model. Here I would have more things like the DTOs, maybe even the entities can be added here, security, and then I can have my security user here, which will be nothing else but a wrapper private final user, so a wrapper on my user entity. All args constructor, and then the security user will have to be an implementation of the user details. So it's basically an object telling Spring Security how the user looks like. So here is where I override everything. And I will put them for the explanation purpose in a specific order. So the most important things being username, the credentials. So it's simply just get them from the entity, username, password, and then you have the authorities. And now I know we didn't add authorities to a database. Let's for the moment keep a default authority of read, and then further work into upgrading this. So let's make it better afterwards. So I'd say here, what does it want? A list of new simple granted authorities. I think the simplest implementation of the granted authority interface that represents authorities. Again, let me just take this out of your mind if you don't know already what this is, and let me explain them later. For the moment, the only things that we need are the username and the password. Okay, and then normally in the database you can keep information about if the account is expired, locked. You can have a locked account, you can have expired credentials, and you can even enable and disable things. I didn't put this detail. For me, they don't make sense, so I simply will just override the method and make them return true all the time, meaning that I don't have accounts that expire or credentials that get locked, meaning that my accounts are always enabled. So for the moment, the only important thing is this one. And now what I can do is just say return new security user of my user. So I wrap the user entity in the security user object that adapts, basically it adapts the entity to a contract understood by Spring Security. So I can run this again and see if my authentication works. To see if my authentication works, I think we will also need to have another demo controller or something as a test controller. So I will stop the app because it doesn't make sense to run until I have something I can test with. So say REST controller, public, probably it's not public, but okay, it's public because I write just a test controller, and get mapping test. Okay, something like this. So the question is, normally should will we be able to call this endpoint with the credentials we stored in the database? Let's see. We should be able to. And while my app is starting, I'm going to go back reading again your question. So you have request matchers with a prefix v1, and for everything you have authenticated, and any request deny all. So you say whatever starts with v1 needs authentication, and for any other request you have a deny all. You are always getting 403 instead of 500 in case of an exception throws in the controller. Always meaning also when you have authenticated correctly. I'm not sure. See, it's very difficult to answer your question because it's, again, very difficult for me to know what you have done there. I have no eyes on the code to see how you created your configuration. My only knowledge is that for everything prefixed with v1, you said that it needs to be authenticated, and for anything else it's denied. It might be correct what you get there. Like it might be correct because the first layer is the security, how someone says below, so it's basically not getting to your controller at all. Or it might be wrong because when you throw an exception of any kind of other type that is not authorization, you should see that exception. But I don't know if you maybe have configured something like REST control advice in between, and that's processing wrong your request or not. So that's why I don't usually answer these kind of questions, because it's basically impossible for me to give you the right answer. And I don't think that anyone would be able to actually answer these kinds of questions. Like I have this case, I don't show you the code, I have this case, but please give me the solution. I could only like guess, and guessing is not something that I've learned to do, sorry. Okay, if I write a pet project for junior position, I must use the Spring Security in my project. Again, I'm not sure if it's something I can answer. So you can, definitely you can. If you must, do you have a specific question? Whoever asked you to do that pet project, did they tell you if you need authentication or not? If they didn't, can you ask them if that's needed? What about asking them if you need authentication and authorization? And if the answer is yes, then of course you need to add Spring Security, because most likely that's the easiest way to implement authentication and authorization. If they say no, you don't need authentication and authorization, then the answer is no, you don't need Spring Security because you don't need to implement authentication and authorization. So I don't think that's me who can tell you if you must use Spring Security. I think it's those who gave you the problem in the first place who should tell you if you need authentication and authorization. I hope that helps. And I think that's everything, because again, for the other one, I'm not sure if I would be able to answer something I can't see. And being that my app started, it's also time for me to test the app. So let me create one more tab here, which would be HTTP localhost 8080 test. I think it was test. And if I try without authorization authentication, so let's try without. It gives me 401. Let's try with basic authentication and try bill and no. Let's try first something else. John and 1 2 3 4 5. We know that's not correct. And if I send it, it should be a 401 as well. And if I try bill with password, which is actually what I have in the database, that's when my expectation is this will work. And we can see that the test endpoint indeed replies correctly. So we have proven that we could, in the database, have the users, and we also have proven how to have them with a bcrypt password encoder, with a custom way of getting the data. And it wasn't that difficult at all in the end. With all our discussion, we're already on a very good track on what we are doing here. And I think the next step we want to discuss is authorization, and we already have implemented a lot of nice stuff. Okay, so usually when it comes to authorization, you need to somehow identify what a user can or can't do. And what we do usually is to use either authorities or roles for that. So an authority is a granular action, is like saying what exactly the user can do, is like saying the user can read, write, delete, access, execute. This is usually the actions. When you see that, that's what we call authorities. That's one way of implementing what a user can do. Or it's the other way of seeing it based on roles. You have something like admin, manager, user, client, administrator. When you see something like this, subjects, labels, these are called roles. Now, behind the scenes, oh, and by the way, I didn't write some of them with small letters and the other one with capital letters, because that's always what you must do. It's just the way I do that, and it's easier for me to see them, but it's no rule, syntactic rule that says that one should be with small letters and the other with capital. Now the idea is that both of them behind the scenes have the same implementation. So regardless if you use authorities or roles, they have only one interface behind the scenes that define them, is the granted authority. The granted authority only represents something with an A. And as you can see, it applies well both to authorities and to roles. So it works for both of them, because either it's an authority or a role, they have a name. Now, to distinguish between them, whenever we use a role, Spring Security prefers to put them with the prefix role in front. So role admin, role manager, role user. Now, whether we want to use roles or authorities, it doesn't really make a big difference. The idea is just how you use them to be easier to understand and maintain. My recommendation was always to either use roles or authorities and not both of them mixed. But it's true that there are businesses where this doesn't work, and that's why, if I remember correctly, some time ago, a few days ago, more than this, a few weeks ago, I created a video where I answered the question on how can you implement both authorities and roles in the same app. Now, to keep it a little bit simpler for the moment, let's just decide to use one or the other. Let's just say we have authorities for our users. So you can have authorities assigned to the users, and you can, let's say, have a table, authorities, and an authority would have an ID, and then would have the name, its own name. Okay. So now okay, sorry, a name, and I definitely have to, how do I do that? Okay, I'm not really the best in okay, that's it. And of course a user ID. Okay, so we need to assign it. In my case here, I will make it as a one-to-many relationship. I know this can be as well modeled as a many-to-many relationship, because you can have the same authorities throughout the whole app. So it actually depends a lot on how you want to create the app, if it makes sense to be a one-to-many or a many-to-many. But for making it simpler now, let's just make it as a one-to-many relationship. So my authority here in this case would be, say, read assigned to user Bill. Okay. And yes, normally you can, and you would have to create either a separate endpoint or just the add user endpoint to also define the user authorities, but that's something that's out of scope, I guess, for today. As long as you know how to add a user, that's not something too much linked to Spring Security, so I would like to skip it for today. You can model any endpoint you'd like to add the authorities in the database, and it will work. So now I add it manually, meaning through the DB client, through MySQL Workbench. But yeah, normally in an app you have a way in which you add or remove or update authorities of a specific user. And now I'm going back, and what I want to do is to try to map somehow. So I want to create the relationship first. So I need to add the authority entity, or whatever you want to call it. So this is authorities. So yeah, I need to use the table annotation again. Authorities. And then of course I need to have the ID, name, and then getters and setters. And now here's the point where I have to say that a user has multiple authorities and an authority has only one user. So private user would be in that case mine, and then I say many authorities to one user. So I use the many to one annotation. In that case, I think I don't need to make something else special here, and I can just go back to the user And here I need to say that the user has more authority, so that means a list. It can be list, collection, or set. In case of JPA, I'm just choosing here list, or maybe if you want to specifically make sure that you don't have duplicates, you can use a set out of the box like this. Set of authorities, and then you use one to many here, and you have to specify this is mapped by, and you go back to authority and take the name of the column here, so it is mapped by user, and that should be it. Okay, let me take some more questions. Meanwhile, if you have an enum with authorities, can I use its values inside pre-authorize? An enum, I mean, I'm not sure if I understand the question. You can use it with pre-authorize. I don't think that I think I understand your question, but the has authority only takes strings, so I don't think the way you've written here in the chat has authority of the constant enum works. But what you can do is just implement a bin and implement a method there that takes the enum, and then use that one with pre-authorize, and that one will work. Maybe we can try to do something like this here. It's not that difficult, but I don't think that the way you've written works, so not like has authority of the enum itself. Then I would like to secure everything and add annotation, something like public access to disable security on method level in controller for specific endpoint. If you want to have at the method level, you first need to make sure that you allow it at the endpoint level. So it doesn't really work only to put it on the method level, because if you have already some configuration at the endpoint level, then the filter will not allow it, and then it will not get into the advice either. So Maxim, the solution for you is first make sure at the endpoint level you allow public access, and then you can decide using pre-authorized annotation if something is public or not at the method level. The method levels will also always be after the endpoint. So if the endpoint configuration doesn't allow it, there is no way in which you can configure the method level to allow. It is like if you use has authority, you use role user, you put has role. Yeah, exactly. So in Spring Security, it's a very small difference between authorities and roles. The authorities and roles are more of a difference, like from a perspective point of view, from a business perspective point of view, but at the Spring Security level, it's a very small difference. You have a role underscore in front, and then if you have that prefix, then you simply either use authority for the authorities and the role has role for roles, and it's the same kind of authority implementation. And I will show it immediately once I reach the point. Why don't use data instead of getter and setter? I do not recommend data together with entities, because that one overrides also the toString equals and hash code. The toString here is one of the worst, because if you have a situation like this one, a bi-directional relationship, you will most likely end up with Stack Overflow error. So I do prefer to avoid data notation at the entities level. You can use it with DTOs if you want, but I prefer to avoid it at the entity level at least. So I hope that answered your question. Should I configure something in part session management? Isn't that something that you asked also 2 hours ago? I cannot answer that question now, because yeah, it's related to Spring Session, which is something different, like it's a different project. So let's take it separately to our discussion. Usually, do you use UUID for primary key? That's a very interesting question, actually. UUID as a primary key has its benefits, but also has disadvantages. One of the biggest disadvantages is the indexing on the database level. So I'm not a DB expert, but my knowledge is that indexing of strings and UUIDs is much more difficult than indexing of numbers. That's why preferably if I can use numbers for the performance purpose of my queries, I prefer to use numbers. But if I can't use numbers, I prefer to use UUIDs, and sometimes I do use them combined. When I have to use them combined, that's a good point actually, is that say even if you can at some point use numbers and you use numbers as primary key itself because of the indexing, the point is that it's not recommended for security purposes to send the numbers outside of your application. So the primary keys as numbers should only remain as internal details. Why? Because numbers are predictable. Imagine then that you do something like this. You have a query where you have something like product equals 10. And if you do something like this and 10 is a primary key, it's very easy for someone to get that there might be a product 11 as well, there might be a product 12, and they might try to see and to somehow use that to get into paths of the applications that they should not have access. Whether if you have a UUID, it's a little bit more difficult to find what would be a UUID that already exists. So what I prefer to do sometimes, if I have to expose that outside of my application, then I do have both a number as a primary key, but I have a separate key that I use it as external key for, and this way I make sure that when I do identify a product, or I don't know, whatever I identify there in my table, I use information that cannot be guessed by someone. I hope that makes sense. Okay, is this video available after? Yes, it will be available forever on my channel. And method verify of authorization expects an object of generic type. Can we assign a type of generic? So you can implement your own authorization manager. Now, on the authorization manager, mainly it's not the one that implements directly the authentication logic, as we discussed earlier, is delegating to a specific provider. So usually what you will do is implement the provider rather than the provider rather than the manager. Okay, let me try to see if I can finalize this. So what I wanted to do here is to have the authorities as well, and I created this relationship, and what happens now is that if I'm going to my security user, theoretically here what I made as a simple list of a hard-coded authority, it should actually be something like more like the authorities here in the entity, because I want to just get authorities. So this is my list of authorities, my set of authorities in this case, and then I have to change them into a set, or in this case the set of granted authorities, as you can see here. So I can do something like stream map them to simple granted authority. So my authority to new simple granted authority, and then collectors to set. And then I have a set of simple granted authorities, which should be easy to return here. And now I can apply. Now I can apply restriction. I have a doubt still. I don't think this will work because it will be outside of the session when it's used. But we will see the exception, and I will explain it. It's better maybe we leave it like this, and I will explain why this will not work the way it is when we see the exception. But let's say, for the sake of the example, that I have a test endpoint and I have a demo endpoint, and For one of them, the user should have a kind of authority, and for the other, they should have a different kind of authority. And I want to configure this at the endpoint level. So here where I say user permit all, then I can say and request matchers test has authority, and you see it has authority and has role. So from an implementation purpose, if it has the prefix role underscore, then you use has role with the name without the prefix. If it has no prefix, you use has authority. So it's from the implementation point of view, it's almost the same thing. They have the same contract behind the granted authority. There is no difference. There is no specific contract for the roles. It's basically just more be a business perspective if you want to refer to it as a role or an authority. So the has authority here, you can say has authority read, so it needs to have the authority read, and then for the other one, for the demo, we will say has authority write. Okay, so what does this say is that theoretically my user build should be able to call the test endpoint, but they should not be authorized when calling the demo endpoint. And what about after this? After we prove this works this way from Postman, we try implementing some unit tests for this authority. So I can show you how you can use the mock user and with mock user annotation also when you have authorities and you need to test more than just authentication, more than just that the user is authenticated, which is something we did at the beginning of this event. But let me actually restart this and test it from Postman first. And again, I pretty much doubt it will work, because I think that what we do here is that we will use, or at least we will try to use a query from outside of the Hibernate session. That's because my expectation is that the authorities will be lazily taken by Spring Security when only after the authentication and when the authorization is done. So let me see Postman test, and 401 it says, but then I'm going back, and that's the exception I expected actually, I think. See, lazy initialization exception is exactly what I expected to happen. So what happens is that the session, the Hibernate session, is already closed here when the authorization happens. So because of that, the code that we've written here fails. So we need to do something about it. One option would be to use a separate transaction for that. The second option would be to make this one eager. So one or the other. I don't think for us it matters which is our choice, but remember that the collections in JPA implementations by default are lazy fetched. That means that only when a query is only when they are used, only when they are dereferenced, a query is sent to the DB for them. So instead of them being taken together with the whole object, they are only taken when they are needed, and that makes a lot of sense usually, because lists, collections might have a very large number of values. It's not my case here, but in a real world app you might have a situation where you have something like I don't know, client and the products, and the client might have thousands of products, and you don't want to take all of those in memory, because that would mean you spend a lot of memory unnecessarily. In some cases the collection, the relationship might be such a large collection then it might even cause an out of memory error. So you want usually your collections to be lazily fetched for that. you want them to be lazily fetched, so that you take them only on purpose, and then you decide if you want to take them through the collection, through the relationship, or you want to create a separate query with a separate transaction. Because sometimes if the relationship is a very large one, you either make it but you keep it lazy and you don't use it, or you simply don't create it at all, because if you don't use it, it doesn't make sense to be there, and then you create separate queries to take them, so that you are able to add the specific where clause that minimize the set of results the query will return you. And that's why now theoretically for me it will work if I added eager here, because now they will be taken at the very beginning. But what I wanted to say is be careful when you do that. It might not be the solution for you. So for me here it works because I know the authorities for a user would be a very small number of values, so why not taking them from the very beginning? But don't take this as a best practice for all your examples. Remember that in software it's always a matter of the case. There is no silver bullet implementation. There are only recommendations that work in most cases, but there is no silver bullet. So let me restart this now and try again to test my implementation. And then I see you are also asking about JUnit and everything. So let's actually try to test them to see if how would we write the test for at least one of the endpoints that we have there, covering of course the Spring security part, because that's basically what I tried to discuss today. Okay, so 11 seconds, a lot of time if you ask me. And now I'm going back to my bill and password. So going back now, it works. So we can see we escaped of the problem. It works because being eagerly loaded, the new session doesn't need to be created again. But of course what I expect is if I try the same thing with the demo endpoint, it should not work, and the expectation is that we get a 403 forbidden, which means, as we discussed at the beginning of this event, that authorization failed. Remember that 401 unauthorized is actually authentication, while 403 forbidden is the authorization. So that's expected because Bill has correctly authenticated. So after authentication, its details went into the security context. And going back to my diagram, they went into a security context, so authentication successfully worked, but then authorization failed because the rule that we have applied didn't fulfill, because the rule that we have applied was that the user needs to have the right authority to call that endpoint, and Bill only has the read authority. Now if you go back to the database and you add also the right authority here to the same user, and then be careful, because when you use postman, it keeps track of the session cookies, and it will not re-authenticate. So I have to delete the session cookie here to check it again. So now if I send it, it will work also for the demo endpoint, because now the user has both authorities now, so both demo and test endpoints will work for them. See, so it's kind of what we expected to happen. So this is the way in which you apply authorizations at the endpoint level. They are pretty simple. There is more to say about this. I didn't say that you can use AND expressions here. So you can see my patterns are simply direct endpoints, but one of the things that I would like to remind you, or at least to make you aware of in case you don't know already, is that request matchers can take AND patterns here. So you have in practice stuff like this. You have REST controllers, and then you have request mapping, and you might impose a prefix to all the endpoints like API. no, something like that, or version v1 something something, so that it creates you flexibility to change them from a version to the other of an endpoint and stuff like that. And the idea is that when you have things like that, you can even do something like, for example, let's say that both test and demo should be called if the user has the read authority. Then you don't want to have something like that, read, and then you just simply enumerate all the configurations here. You just say everything that's under API needs the read authority. Okay, so it's you use one star if you want to simply represent one path, two stars if you want to say everything that's after the API. So anything that's prefixed with API will now be this way secured. And now if I run it, of course I need to change my postman request with the prefix API, but you will see that it works. So remember that request matchers takes not only direct paths, but it takes actually ant expressions, so you can through one expression refer to multiple paths. Also, maybe it's worth to be mentioned that there is a request matchers also taking the HTTP method, so you can write something like only for get requests with these paths we apply, and then you can have different matchers for the post. It's not only on the path, but you can apply the restrictions to both, referring to both the HTTP method and the path. So it really depends on what you want to implement there. It's very easy, however, to refer to any of your requests. The whole idea of the request matchers is to allow you refer to the requests to which you want to apply a specific rule. And if that's clearly understood, hopefully, I would like also to discuss about what can you write here on the endpoint. We discussed about the authenticated, the permit all, the has authority and has role, and there is something else even more custom that you can do. It's called the access method. But before that, let's try to write some unit tests. Can we use DevTools to reduce boot time? Well, to reduce boot time, if that's your concern, what you can do is, or what I would recommend you do for production is a native image, of course. So the native image, if you have, say, a Lambda function, I don't think you can simply run a Spring Boot app through a Lambda unless you compile it natively. And that works now out of the box with Spring Boot 3. Now, DevTools are useful only for the dev, that's why they are called DevTools, so they would reduce my time here to boot the application, but probably they will help me. But honestly, now I'm restarting a lot because I'm presenting a lot of examples, but I usually don't restart quite a lot when I'm working on my app, so I didn't feel the need of DevTools for something like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. When I use DevTools, I used when I had some big monoliths, and those were taking a long time to build and to start. And then, of course, without DevTools, I think it was almost impossible for me to work with that application. Have you seen HTTP security matchers? No, I'm not sure what you are talking about. Is something here, security matchers? I'm not sure. No, if you can give me more insight about that, I will research it. Now let's, as I said, let's try to work on some tests. So see, we implement a test for the test endpoint. And the difference between this unit test and the one that this integration test actually, and the one that we have seen previously, is that now we also have the security configuration applying an authorization not only on stuff being authenticated but also having a specific authority. So we do expect several things to happen depending on if we provide or not a valid user, or if we provide a valid user but they don't have the right authority. So that's gonna be a bit fun because we have more tests to write. So it's test endpoint or test endpoint without authentication. The second test comes from the test. The test, okay, we can, just to avoid confusion, let's make it for the demo endpoint because I don't want you to be confused, guys. And then we have the demo endpoint with authentication but wrong authority. And then you have demo endpoint with authentication and correct authority. And I usually don't write long names to my tests. I mean, I did that now, but I usually consider it an anti-pattern. So honestly, guys, what I'm doing in my real world applications, what I also recommend my developers do, is use the display name. And they say it's simply the use case here when demo endpoint is called without authentication, we expect a response, a HTTP response of 401 unauthorized, and then simply this becomes test one. See, I mean, you don't have to have a long name because sometimes the test does a lot of things. I mean, it's just difficult to find a short name for your test, and I see developers or I don't know, testers writing huge names, sometimes with underscore, like demo underscore endpoint, to be easier to read, you know, something like that, which I find very amusing but improper at the same time. That's why I consider an anti-pattern to have tests of so long names. I do prefer test 1, test 2, test 3, and use the display name. It makes no sense for me to give long names, descriptive names to the test methods. When you have the display name annotation that can do that. And here the demo endpoint is called without, this will be with authentication but wrong authority. We expect a HTTP response of 403 forbidden. And then test 3 will be when the demo endpoint is called with authentication and correct authority. We expect a HTTP response of 200, okay, and a response body, I don't know, demo or whatever that was there, small demo, okay. So simpler and easier. To use the display name. And now let's say that we use again mock MVC. I mean, this works for unit tests or mock MVC. The way you write the test is not important. I do prefer when I have endpoints to use integration tests to test also the contract. But in terms of Spring Security, it doesn't make a difference if you have a unit test of an integration test. You use still the same annotations and the same way to write the tests. So now mock MVC to wired. and then perform get, I think it was, on the demo, and expect status is unauthorized. And again, same problem with IntelliJ doesn't want to help me with the static import. So I'm gonna say here request. This one, I think it was. Okay. And let's see if that's the case. So because I don't have the annotation at all, so that should be correct. The test should work as I expect it to work. Okay, here it is. So the test passed. You saw it connected to the database. Probably normally I would have used an in-memory database here, or if you want to really have it with the right database, you can use test containers. So I will skip over this configuration now because we don't discuss about it, but just be careful with your database configuration. Because you usually don't want to connect to the real database. You either want to connect to an in-memory one, or to use test containers if you want to have the real one, but the real one, like the same type one, but not the real one, you know. And then I have the same thing here. I can say if the test is on the demo, then is forbidden if I use it with a user that has an authority which is not the one we expect. So now we should get a different status, because it's not an authentication exception anymore, but an authorization exception. With mock user, remember from the beginning of our discussion, creates a mock security context with the user, and according to the properties we used on the annotation. So in my case, it will contain an authority named wrong, on purpose, of course, named like that. And then the third test should be the one in which I don't only have authenticated, but I also have the right authority. Oh, and by the way, so I just realized that this is not demo, is API demo. I think that's why also my test failed. No, I changed it to the API demo. So let's try it again. I'm not even sure. I probably gave a 404 or something, yeah, because I don't have that. Slash demo doesn't exist. It's API demo. So let's run the test again. And hopefully it will be a 403, and then we step into the last test, which should be the one where everything goes well. Okay, and then of course the last one should be the one where we expect status is okay. And of course you can normally you continue your testing everything that needs to be tested, like the headers, the body of the response, okay, so everything, and we make sure we provide the correct authority. And then you can run all the tests, and theoretically all 3 tests should run fine now. So we made an application, we tested it, we discussed about authentication, we customized it, we put the details in the database, we wrote the authorization configurations at the endpoint level. I still have a bit more to say about that, and then I would like to step into method security. I want to move the authorization to the method level and teach you also the stuff about that. So see, my tests are now all of them running well, so we are according to the expectation. Cool. So what else can I tell you about the security configuration at the endpoint level is that we can also use the access method. So one of the methods that we didn't discuss, doesn't really matter, let's say we have some other endpoint here, is the access method. So the access method in the early days of the first version of Spring Security in action, it was receiving a string as a parameter, and in the string you would have written any kind of Spring expression language you'd like. The access method is a bit more powerful. Now, it was powerful even with Spring expression language, because with spell you can actually do anything you want. I mean, you can call any method, you can do anything you want. So with the access method, I could classify it from the very beginning as being one of the most powerful ways of applying authorizations at authorization rules at the endpoint level. But the problem with Spring expression language is that it's not so comfortable to read and not so comfortable to debug, especially when you have a long expression. And I've seen applications out there with really long Spring expression language expressions, and hell, this was like very difficult to understand what they wanted to do there. When developers wrote those, I think when you write them, you focus on exactly what you want to write, and you just find a way to write the expression to represent something very complex. But then when you have to go back to it a few months later and you read, even if it's you who wrote that expression, you read it again, you might still be something, oh my god, what have I been doing here? I mean, when I've been doing that, only I and God knew, and now only God knows. And it's not a way to write code, okay? Now, can we have an alternative? The guys who the smart guys who implement Spring Security said, can we have an alternative to minimize this kind of situations, still have the same power, but be more efficient in also writing the code a lot more maintainable? And yes, the solution was, we don't have directly a Spring expression language as a parameter, but instead the access method now takes an object that is called an authorization manager. You can see it here, and if you take a look, basically you will see that there is this is a contract, and it only has one method, and this method called check is basically gets the authentication and it returns an authorization decision. So you can anytime implement your own authorization manager if that's what you like, or they said, of course, we can provide a lot of authorization managers of our own. So instead of having always the developer to implement the contract. In many cases, we already know that some of the how some of the authorization is done, and why shouldn't we provide them directly with some implementations? And here are a lot of implementations of this interface that you can use. And now the last one, called Web Expression Authorization Manager, is basically what they implemented as a replacement for the spell. So basically this one is the one that now takes Spring Expression Language as a parameter, so that someone who upgrades from Spring Boot 2.x to Spring Boot 3.x has an easy way to do that. Anyway, I will not prove that. You will believe me that it works. Just put there on is authenticated, which is a valid Spring Expression Language. But the idea was just to tell you that if permittal, denial, authenticated, has authority, has role, has any authority, and has any role are not enough for you for applying the authorization you wanted at the endpoint level, then you have an even stronger alternative called the access method, where you can either use a Web Expression Authorization Manager, for example, with a Spring Expression Language, or you can simply use any of the implementations. You can check out if any of the implementations already provided by Spring help you, and if not, you can even write your own implementation. Is just implementing an interface, and then you use the object here as a parameter to the access method, and you can customize as much as you want your authorization specifications at the endpoint level. Now, of course, this is not the only thing you can do. I went in a little bit more than 3 hours over a lot of stuff starting from scratch with you, and I hope that I was clear, but this is not all that we can do. There is also the possibility to apply the authorization at the method level, and this is a very powerful way to apply authorization because well, you can put the authorization specifications anywhere in the application, which is not something that I would recommend you with my whole heart. I mean, it's something possible, but I would not recommend you do that uncontrolled, because then you can fall into the abyss of unmaintainable code, and trust me, you don't want to have that situation where your app fails with 403 forbidden and you have no idea which object has a method where a pre-authorized has been added and which pre-authorized fails, because that's then very difficult to debug. You don't want that, but at the same time the method level authorization is really powerful. It allows you basically through the means of an aspect to apply security authorizations and filterings at any method of any bean in your Spring application. So you can literally secure the method itself, which is the most granular piece, is the action, is the most granular piece of logic that you have in your web application. So you can't go deeper than that in terms of granularity. That's the point. Oh, and by the way, it's already I think it's time for one more code for you guys. So let me share with you one more code for my troubleshooting Java, because we discussed about troubleshooting and granularity to apply the pre-authorized, and what you do if you have too many pre-authorizes at all the levels of the application. Then if you have an app like that, you might want to also learn some troubleshooting techniques to debug that. How do you see what code is executing at some point? Very difficult if you don't know how to sample your application using a profiling tool, for example, and many other things that will help you. You will find in the troubleshooting Java book. Okay, so if you want to enable the powerful aspect of applying method security, you use the enable method security. Now you see, this enable global method security is what we used to enable the method security authorization level. It's okay, it's still there, but it's deprecated. What happens with enable global method security is that you also have to come here and explicitly say that you want to use pre-post annotations, which are 4 annotations. The pre-post annotations are the pre-authorized, post-authorized, pre-filter, and post-filter. Or some of the other annotations, the secured annotation, for example, you could use it as well. And the JSR 250, which is the roles allowed annotation. It's very strangely named, that attribute JSR 250 is because that's the JSR, the Java specification request, which introduced that annotation together with some other ones, including the pre-destroy and the post-construct annotations. They were also part of the JSR 250. Yeah, now normally in all nowadays apps, I don't think someone else uses anything else than the pre-post annotations, but you can still use those, which were mainly created. This one, at least the last one, was created to make it a little bit more compatible with Jakarta E, which is Java, formerly Java E, and the secure, I think, is one of the first annotations to have been added, which is not as powerful as the pre-post annotations are. So normally today, most apps, I would expect rarely to get into a situation where you see the secured or the roles allowed annotation used with an app. So because of that, they said, well, okay, since in 99.99% of the cases, the applications only do that, only enable the pre-post always, and if you take a look, it's very likely that even in your app, if you do that, you do it like this. So it's enable global method security with pre-post enabled. Then they said, okay, let's do like this. First of all, that global there, it's, I don't know who had a choice of that global word in the name of the annotation, because it doesn't say anything. It just says, probably it was something like, it's global because it works in any bin of the application, but hell, it's not like it's needed anyway. It can be only named enable method security. And they said, okay, let's name it enable method security, and instead of enable global method security, and then since today we anyway use the pre-post annotations a lot, why shouldn't we have that defaulted to true, so that you don't have to like write it anymore? Then it's still compatible with the secured enable, it's still compatible with the JSR 250, but you will only have to enable those if you use those. And as we have discussed, this is a rare situation. So now, to enable method security, to enable the pre-authorized, post-authorized, pre-filter, and post-filter, the only thing you need to do is to add the enable method security annotation on your configuration class. So let me take some more questions. Seems like it's meant for configuring multiple security filter chains by restricting security to which URL rules in the chain are applicable. I think we discussed about security filter chain. Yes, you can have multiple, and then you can have the order annotation, but trust me, in most cases it's enough to only have one. And then, sorry for this tangent, how does one get better at design? Is it just raw work by reading more code or experience? Well, I think it's like anything else, like learning anything else is through a combination of working, discussing with others, reading books, watching tutorials. I don't have a recipe for you. This is the way in which you get better at design. It's a combination of experience with again, learning. So do continue learning. Reading books helps a lot, for at least for me that was the case, and with time you automatically get better also at design and architecture. So, and could you please explain how persistent remember me token in a cache provider, like how to persist a token in a cache provider? Well, that's a good one. I'm not even sure I remember how to do that. So I know that you could somehow use the remember me here, and then that's how you can configure it the same. You remember what we discussed at the beginning, that you can configure it either by continuing writing, or you can have use a configurer with lambda like this, and it's the same thing. It doesn't really matter how you choose to do that, but how you choose the persistence. Let me see if I remember how you configure the persistence, because I don't think that I've done this for many years already. I think what you need to do is to create a token repository, and that might be the way. So you through the persistent token repository, you define where you store that information. So I can't promise that, but I will research it more for you. And then if this is an interface, you just have to override the methods, and then you plug in your repository. And then of course these implementations can be whatever you want. So if you want them to put them in a Redis, put them in a Redis. If you want to put them in a MySQL database, you put them in a MySQL database, and so on and so forth. So if I correctly remember, the only thing you need to do is to define a token repository for the remember me. But since I didn't do this for many years, I don't precisely know how to tell you step by step. I would just give you a point to start with your implementation. I hope that helps. Live regarding Spring Auth Server JDBC, how data are saved in database. I think I have done this already. I mean, didn't I have already live events on how to configure the authorization server? Of course, I can do that more. It's not a problem. Maybe we can even today, if I still have voice for that. I'm not sure how much will I still resist with you here, guys, but let's see where we get. And yeah, I was telling you about enabling method security, and then once you added this annotation on the configuration class, it's very easy. So you can simply just use the pre-authorize, post-authorize at over any method of your annotation. It's actually four of them. Yes, 4 annotations. So it's pre-authorize, post-authorize, pre-filter, and post-filter. Oops. Okay, so that's what you have enabled. And then you can say pre-authorized has authority read. So instead of having this at the endpoint level, you can put it at the controller level. And now usually people ask me what's the difference, because okay, pre-authorized, it's clear, I think, what's the difference if you use it on the service layer. For example, if I was going here and I was adding it over one of these 2 methods, it's clear what's the difference between having it at the endpoint level versus having it over the service method. In case it's at the endpoint level, you will not even get into the controller, so it's at the very entry point of your application. While if you put it over a method, it goes up to that method, so the execution runs to up to that method, and everything that isn't protected by the annotation will get to be run. Okay, so that's a way to make your security, your authorization configuration a lot more flexible. But sometimes and not only sometimes, I think very often, I would say, we do use these annotations at the controller level. And then the question is, what's the difference? What's the difference if I put it here? Isn't it anyway filtering out the requests before it even gets into the controller, which is anyway the first part that I get to write as a developer. So what if I put it at the filter level versus if I put it at the method level? So in this case, you would have a few differences. One of them is that this is managed by an aspect and not a filter. So remember, if I'm going back here, this is a filter chain, but once you added the post authorization over this here, this is an object already, so it's already past the filter chain, so it's not a filter anymore that's managing it, it's a Spring aspect. You remember aspects, also named interceptors in some technologies. They are cross-cutting concerns. They decouple logic from an object and weave around some methods. If you don't know well what these are, I do recommend you get a little bit more into Spring fundamentals, because they are very important to be understood by any Spring developer. And you find them, I think, in chapter 6 of my Spring Start here, which is my second book, this one. So you can find very well described the aspects in chapter 6 of this book. They intercept the pre-authorized, the pre-post annotations and apply. So that aspect intercepts the methods annotated with pre-post and then applies the configurations. So that's one difference. One difference is one is filter based, the other one is aspect based. The second difference is that first of all, it's very difficult to have to work on the object itself. So imagine you have here some path variable or some request body. Can you put conditions on the request body when you are here? Well, technically you can, but practically if you try to do that, you will see that it's a lot more difficult to apply restriction configuration at this moment here. So my recommendation is actually, when you have anything, any kind of rule that has to be applied on the, not only on the method and the path, but also on the content of the request, then avoid putting it here at this layer and put it here with a pre-authorized annotation. And where you can do whatever you want, because I see the question how to use enum values, where you can use whatever you'd like here. No, it's very easy. It's actually, you can, let's say I create a package authorization, which can be authorization managers. Let's call this test endpoint authorization manager. Let's say I have an enum here. I don't even know how to call it, like let's say it's enum type A, B, C, D, okay? And then you can have a method that takes the type, and does something with it, whatever you want. Okay, so this is, you have, imagine here, lots of logic. Okay, logic that can be, you can take the type and you can take also something on the request if you want. So I didn't implement tests on the test, so I can actually even write something like path variable string something. Okay, and then this one can also be referred from here, so you can move it, say string something. Okay, and then you can use it in your logic here, of course, and then it depends on what you return, true or false. You can even throw an exception if you want. The idea is that now you can just say test. Oh, sorry, and one more thing. For this to work, it must be a component, because it needs to be a bean. And now you put it on your pre-authorized. So you say test endpoint authorization manager, authorize, and then you just go with whatever you like. You go with your I put it inside that one, it will be nasty, but I think it should work. And whatever string you want here. Oh, here you wanted to go with this one, case in which I think the expression is something like that. Yeah. So see, this is a way in which you can implement pre-authorize to apply a rule. So you implemented the logic, an annotation could have been taken as a parameter as well. So in my case here, I have simply given a fixed value, which doesn't make sense. I know it looks strange because it's not a real app, it's just a demo endpoint. Maybe in a real app it would have been defined as a parameter of the method as well. Okay, but you can do that. You can have enums, you can have parameters of any type, you pass them to the authorize method, you implement whatever logic, and in the end you return true or false, meaning if it's or not authorized. Oh, and sorry, I think it will not work unless I unless I also put that path variable in the URL, otherwise it doesn't mesh to anything. Okay. Let me close it because I'm not sure it took my change, so I want to take my change and I want to put a breakpoint here in the manager here, and we just see that it goes into this, and that should be a good proof that you can use whatever you want and the way you can use them. Oh, not the test, sorry, not the test. I want to run the application with a debug. Okay, and then you can go here and say test something, any value, send 500. Okay, let's see why. Property field, maybe not public or valid, so it says it can't find my object, and it might be because, and I think that's the case, did it need to have also itself, it was either a star or an and in front or something like that when it was a bean, maybe, so it doesn't get mine. Component is test authorization manager is I think I misspelled here actually the and it's a bean because I see IntelliJ finds it, but I remember that I need something more on Spring expression language. I might try to check out to see if that's the case. Search a bit on Google. So spell call bean. Of course, I could actually go into my Spring Security in action as well, because I think I have something like that there. So it says no, component scan is not needed since I'm inside here the package, so it's fine. Now the problem is something I'm missing on the expression. I could actually check in the Spring Boot documentation to see if we have a bean. Or I could actually ask ChatGPT. That would be something. So do you think that's working actually? Can we do that? So can we actually try to ask ChatGPT and see if it finds the problem? Let me do that. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, I don't think it actually helped me a lot, because this one is a placeholder likely to be replaced with an actual condition that avoids. That's okay. And it didn't really help me, did it? So it just gave me something where I also have something in front. So no, sorry, but it seems that it didn't really help me. Too bad. I will not lose too much time. I think, I mean, if it's something wrong, it's probably something that I ended up calling wrong here. If I can try something like this, I'm not sure. But I have to check the documentation, to be honest with you, because spell is not something that I learn by heart, and I don't plan to learn it by heart. So I know that's something that probably might be wrong with my my expression here, but yeah, the idea stays the same. Oh, still 500. Okay, now it says bean named. It's expected to be type. Factory bean is actually type. Because of this one, actually it tells it to be a factory, and if I end up without it, it's not. Okay, I have to run more into Spring Special Language, because I seem that I have forgotten some of the things, but again, the idea stays the same. So you can call you can call a method, and you can give them any parameters and stuff like that. It should be very easy. Okay, it's a net in front. Okay, I'm not sure about the hashes in front. I mean, isn't it working without them like this? Are you sure those those hashtags are needed there. I think I might only be missing the at in front. Now I remember, because it was at in front. When I saw the expression, I remember something like it was at in front. Okay. No, still not. You might be right. Okay, I will try it the way you told me. I should have trusted you from the beginning. Okay, let's see. And it is working. You're right. So thank you very much, Andrew. You're much better at least than ChatGPT. So with you we managed to find the correct spell syntax, and you can see that indeed it entered the authorized, it stopped in the breakpoint, and then from here it's easy. So the whole idea is the same. So I don't think that I don't think that thinking about spell now is the point. Don't have to learn it by heart. The idea is just to show you how you can customize your authorization at the endpoint level. So because most likely you will not have something so complex. Probably it will only be call of a method of a bin or something like that. But yes, you can do that. You can use enums, you can use parameters, you can use whatever you need, and implement your own authorization. And the same you can do with post authorize, pre-filter, post filter. Of course they have differences, and that's what we can discuss next. So pre-authorize, as you know, applies, and the name of the annotation suggests that pretty well. It applies the authorization rules before the method call. And now one of the things that, but I think we can do that in a smaller example, just to make sure that we don't get with all the things in the same example. So let's go back to a simpler way of working. And try to make the difference between pre-authorize, post-authorize, pre-filter and post-filter within this example. So to do that, I will only use web and Spring Security. So I'm going back to an app that doesn't use a database. Okay, just a few endpoints, and let's take an endpoint for every of the 4 annotations that we wanted to create. So one would be test1, Maybe it makes sense here to put a smiley face in the console, and when I'm going to use, of course it's a get mapping, but I will also use pre-authorize, and then we will implement some rule here on the pre-authorize, and then for that I'm going to also create a configuration. So I start feeling a little bit tired. I'm not the same as I was this morning. I feel my brain a little bit fuzzy after almost 4 hours of writing code, but I hope to still handle a little bit more. So let me HTTP basic, and then just say HTTP authorize requests, any request authenticated. And I will declare a bean for password encoder. And I will declare a bean for the user detail service. And we create a user. Maybe we create a couple of users actually. Password, password encoder, encode password. Authorities, say read, and then a second one, U2, John, just with a different authority. Maybe we try to prove something. And of course, if we want our pre-post authorize, I should enable method security. So that's it. Even my computer is a bit slow. I think it started to be tired. And then I can say like has authority read. So what does that mean? Well, it's very simple. We anyway know that any request will be authenticated, but for the first endpoint for test one, the pre-authorize will only allow access in the method for the users who have the authority read. That's only Bill. John will not be able to call the test1 method. And let's prove that. Let's start the application and test that. So speaking of tests, can we go with sliced context by applying web MVC test instead of Spring Boot test? I think you can. I mean, as long as the that still takes into consideration the with mock user annotation, and I didn't try that. You can. I see no reason why you couldn't do that. Okay, so going back. Now I only have test one, and I'm using Bill with password, so theoretically this should work. Yeah, and it works. But then if I use John, even if John is a valid user in my system, it will be a 403 forbidden because of the pre-authorized. And the smiley face that you see here is only one, because even if I tried calling the endpoint for John, you see that it doesn't matter how many times I try, it will not execute the method at all. So for John it never worked. Only for Bill the method was called and the smiley face was added to my console. Now, why I made a point on that is because if we want to discuss now a test 2 that uses post authorize, in case of post authorize, the method is executed also regardless of the fact that the authorization works or not, and only the return value will not be provided. So it's a very important thing to make a difference between pre-authorize and post-authorize. It makes a lot of difference, because as you will see, and let's make this a sad face because of that, the sad face will be printed in the console even when I call the method with a user that should not have the right. So for John, you've seen how pre-authorize works for John. John wasn't able to call the method at all. The smiley face didn't appear in the console for John. But for the case of post-authorize, the sad face will be printed for every time John will call the endpoint. The only difference is that John will not see the return value here. So that makes a very big difference, because remember, post-authorize allows the method to be called. It's only usable for restricting what the user gets back. So if you have something that changes stuff here, you will end up like saying adding something to a database or something like that. You will end up with the value being sent to the database, and you don't want that. Post authorize will only be able to make sure that whatever is returned by the method will not be retrieved if the authorization rules are not complied with. And we can test it. So you can try with John, who shouldn't be able to call the method. You will still get a 403. See, I will click multiple times, and I'm trying with John. Every time I get a 403. But if I go back, sorry, it was test 1, I guess. Sorry, my fault. Again, so it's again, I'm a little bit tired. It's 4 hours since we started. So test 2, I'm calling it with John. I'm sending the request. John is not able to call. So you see, I'm clicking multiple times. I'm trying test 2. I still get a 403. But if I'm going back to the console, I see that regardless of the fact that every time I got a 403 back, the method still executed. The smiley face have been sent to the console. So post authorize only made sure that I don't get the things returned by the method, but the method has been executed. So use cases for post authorize is when you want, because that's a very good question. See, when you have pre-authorize, and I didn't mention that in the spell, like we did in the previous example, you could use also the values of the parameters. But what you can't use is the value of the returned type. So you cannot use the return value in pre-authorize, because pre-authorize doesn't allow the method to be called at all, so you don't have a return value since the method didn't execute. But post authorize is when you want usually to add a condition, an authorization rule, based on what the method returns. So what post authorize does, it allows the method to be called, But then you can add a condition on the value and say if the value has something this and that, then you could or could not return the value. So you make sure that the value is returned only in specific cases to whatever you want to say here. So it would be something like return object, say is test2, which is a condition that in my case will always be true, of course. No? So but the point is not the condition here, but the fact that you can use this return object, meaning that this can be something you took from a database and you want to add a condition on this value. Say it's an object and it needs to contain the username or something like that. So that's basically it. Cool. And now we have two more. We have the pre-filter and the post-filter. So for this, I need to have, to pre-filter, I need to have a parameter that should either be an array or a collection. That's a must. So it doesn't matter what it returns, test3, but it needs to take a collection. Guys, I finished with this subject and we will end up the marathon for today because I feel I'm getting too tired to be able to tell you more things, and I will then end up in situations where I don't know how to exit. So let's finish with this global method security, and then I will share one more code for you, and then we can say that 4 hours and something we can complete the Spring Security Marathon. And if this is something you liked, please let me know, and I will create maybe a second edition where we discuss the OAuth 2 part. I know some of you asked for that, but honestly I feel I start to be tired enough to not be able to think wisely after these 4 hours. So for test 3, pre-filter, and then I can say here filter item. This is the filter object contains a. This is a condition. It can be any condition. And the filter object, of course, which is actually the object inside the collection, which, by the way, in my case, I should take it somehow. So let's say is the request body. And I want to simply, for each system out print line. Okay, so print them. So what does this method say is that we will allow to go into this parameter only objects that contain the letter A. Of course, it's just a simple example. You can add any condition and the filter object can be anything in the code. It can be an entity, can be an object, doesn't have to be a string, okay? But it works the same way. The pre-filter makes sure that in this parameter we'll only get the values that contain, in this case, letter A's, that work with the letter A. So if I try this, I will have to provide as a request body a list of strings. At least some of the values should not contain the letter A, and we should prove that only those who contain the letter A get into the parameter, so they will be printed in the console. So here in the console, only words containing the letter A will be printed. Okay. Okay, so we get into test 3. Body JSON. So QWERTY should not be printed, no, because it doesn't contain letter A. QWERTY should be printed. And let's take one more without letter A. Okay, so we, out of the 4 words, only 2 of them fulfill the authorization and will be printed. The other 2 do not fulfill the authorization and they will not get into the method. So when we go back to the console, only those that fulfill they got and they will be printed. Here we have confusions as well. We have several other confusions. Like, is this basically something for business implementations? My example, for example, my example is a bad one. It's a bad one because there is nothing related to security there. So I chose this example because it was the easiest that came to my mind. Now I could show you to make it easy to digest and understand what happens. You have a rule and only the items that fulfill the rule will get into the parameter. So it doesn't matter, the method was called with a list of more values, it ended up with less values in the method because the others were taken out. But the rule is nothing related to security here. What I want to say is that in a real world application, pre-filter is not to be used with cases like we filter values for a business case. It has to be related to security. So don't use pre-filter to filter out the strings that don't contain A. That's not right. That's not the way you should use pre-filter. That's not what pre-filter is for. You can pre-filter the objects that need to be added to the database and they are not belonging to the logged in user. That's a good rule. Okay, it's an authorization rule. It's a real security rule. It has to do with security. You use pre-filter to implement security, not to implement business cases. So when you use pre-filter, make sure that the rule there really has something to do with authorization. Like the purpose you added it is to avoid doing something wrong for the current user, something like that. But not for things like business implementations, not for filtering out the invoices that have a value greater than 10. That's not a real use case for pre-filter, okay? So pre-filter needs to be made for that. And now the last one, and then we will I will share one more code and then we close. Post filter. Test 4. Post filter. Which, as the name suggests, it happens after the method is called. So now it doesn't really matter what exactly the parameters are, but it matters what the method returns. And then And then let's actually keep the same rule. So let's keep it filter object contains a with the same mention as before. This is just an example, not a real use case. Yeah. Let's add some values. And we know what to expect. No, we know what to expect. It's so only the ones containing a in the end will be returned. This one and this one will not be seen in the response. Okay, and let's prove that, and then let's discuss also the use cases for this. Okay, so for test 4 we don't have a body, we send it, and again, as we expect, we only get back 2 values out of the 4. They are only the values containing the letter A, because that's what we wanted, that's what we implemented. So a few things to mention here. Post filter, the implementation, like for the pre-filter, needs to be something specific to security. So the examples I gave you here are simple, just to allow you focus easier on the example, but they are not realistic. You should have something like, I want to make sure that the values the endpoint returns are belong to the current logged in user, or something that needs to be related with the security, not a business implementation. So the pre-filter and post-filter, they are not made for business implementation. Secondly, both of them change the value of the exact list you send. They don't create a new list. So for that being said, if maybe you wondered why I spent so much so many lines of code, and I didn't simply just write just wrote list of string, list of, no, because I had this option where I could simply just use list of, and I could have enumerated the values here. But this should not work, because list of returns an immutable collection, and filter annotations actually try to change it. Of course, not the filter annotation, but the aspects behind the scenes tries to change it. So when the aspect behind the scenes tries to change the collection, which is immutable, you will end up with an exception. So instead, this will give a 500s. If you look in the console, you will see the reason. Immutable collections cannot be changed. Okay, so unsupported operation exception. So one of the things you need to make sure is that you can't provide immutable collections to the aspect filtering objects with pre-filters. So this is immutable, doesn't work. And the same is for this one here, because now, of course, it's easy. We just took it as a parameter, and Jackson creates a mutable collection behind the scenes. But remember that pre-filter, post-filter, pre-authorize, and post-authorize are also applicable at any layer of the application. So you could have had it at the service layer, and then you could have provided as a parameter immutable collection, and if you do that, it will not work. Same for the same reason as post filter. It can't receive immutable collections because it's designed to change the actual object that it received. And thirdly, if you use pre-filter at the repository layer, think twice about that, because usually the usage of post-filter at the repository layer could have been directly replaced by a well-written query to the database. I've seen post-filter being used on the method at the repository level. And the problem is, then you can ask yourself, why didn't I simply write the query in such a way in which it would already have retrieved the filter value? The point is, if you can write the query, and in most cases you can write the query in such a way in which it directly retrieves from the database the value, then it makes more sense for a performance point of view to simply retrieve in your application only the values that you need. It's the same as you would do select everything from the table and then filter it in Java. It's not something that's recommended. No, you wouldn't do something like that. That would mean that you would even have to retrieve sometimes more values than that could even fit in your memory, no? Because that's the idea of persistence. Persistence is external memory, and you put there a lot of data, while in memory, in your internal memory, you can't fit all that data. So you have to take it like exactly what you need, and even when you need is more, you have to find solutions like to filter it in chunks and stuff like that, to make sure that you can process the data and you don't end up filling up the whole memory. Using post filter on the repository layer is in most cases an anti-pattern, because in most cases it can be replaced with simply changing the query to already retrieve, already put the filter on the database's shoulders rather than yours. I know people love to avoid SQL, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. SQL, developers need to learn well SQL. A lot of performance problems are due to the misuse of queries, a good use of query, even if it implies writing a more complex one with joins, with unions, with stuff that is not necessarily out of the box, it can solve a lot of issues. Guys, with that being said, let me actually go back to my main screen, and I would like to share one more code with you. Actually, I have a couple more codes, and I will share both of them with you. I just put them in the chat. These are the last that I have for my troubleshooting Java. Unfortunately, no code today for my Spring Security in action, but I promise to come back with one as soon as I get them. So stay tuned, stay with me here on this same channel. Activate your notifications if you want to be one of the first to see the message, because when I share one-time only codes, of course they are only one-time use. They can be used only once. That means that the first lucky folk who will be able to use them will use them, and then the others will get an error message when trying to apply them. But as you have seen in the past, also I do my best to get as many quality stuff for you. And since so many of you have been today active here with me, I'm happy to have seen a lot of questions, a lot of comments, and a lot of people joined. and I could only resist for a little bit more than 4 hours today in the marathon. I'm old, what I can say. I will, however, schedule other events, maybe a continuation of this where we do a marathon only on OAuth 2 and OpenID Connect. And please do suggest me other subjects for marathons, and I would be glad to schedule from time to time such events where we gather together for more hours and we discuss and we code. And even if it's somehow strange because it's only unidirectional, it's not like we have a real meeting where we can discuss. It's still, I guess, valuable for many, and hopefully for many others who will see the recording the events afterward. With that being said, guys, I want to thank you again for staying here with me. You find me on Twitter, you find me on LinkedIn. It's the same username I have for Twitter and for YouTube. So and you can find me on LinkedIn as well. And I want to wave goodbye. Thank you again for being here with me, and hope to see you for another event and another lesson. Stay tuned and have an excellent time for learning further. Cheers, guys. Bye.